Please remain in your pit box until I give you the clear to go. The safety car will first do a reconnaissance lap on the GP layout.
Nikto tu ešte asi nie, ale... Aj tak to poviem. Jeme 24 hodín NORDSCHLEIFE, takže to bude hlavne súboj sám so sebou. Práve prepli session na warm-up a za nejakých 15 minút by sme mali ísť zavádzacie kolo a o 12:30 by mal byť štart. Takže...
Locking enabled. Locking enabled.
Green flag, you can get out for your reconnaissance laps. Green flag for all cars. Formation lap. 11 minutes to go.
Bulk building finished.
Je to ťažké.
Lock enabled. Lock enabled.
To go, 5 minutes.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Adam says you should start with slick tires.
And it will be rain or what?
I don't know, I take a look.
message to all drivers. We are not expecting any rain during the formation lap or race start, but if it does start to rain, be aware that you need to cross the start-finish line before you peel off into the pits. So use the GP layout in that case. If it starts to rain, we will abort the start and go into safety car procedures until everyone has changed their tires if they need to.
To je taká informácia možno, že bude prešať počas formačného kola, ale aj tak musíme pretnúť štartovú alebo cieľovú čiaru.
It says 5% pay for the next hours.
It won't be raining, I think.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Minute and a half to go. Please get back to the pits, either escape or drive into the pit lane, so we can get to the warm-up session as soon as we can. One minute until race session. 1 minute until race session. Seconds. Please escape to the pits now. Please escape to the pits now. Moving to race session, 60 seconds until you're supposed to be on the grid. Remember, when we get on the grid, only GT3 cars are allowed to start driving. Only GT3 cars to follow the safety car. All the other cars, GT4 and TCRs, remain on the grid until I tell their specific class to start driving. Keep a 30-second gap throughout the formation lap. And don't increase your speed over 120 kilometers per hour throughout the formation lap.
Locking enabled.
You are allowed to weave and brake a bit to warm up your tires and brakes, but keep it safe for everyone. Make sure there are no massive gaps within your starting group, but at the same time keep a safe distance to the cars in front. It is not allowed to brake check or massively speed up and brake throughout the lap.
No. Poďme na to pomaly.
GT3 formation lap start. GT3 formation lap start. Single file until I tell you otherwise. GT4 and TCR stay on the grid. GT4 start formation lap. GT4 start formation lap. TCR start formation lap. TCR start formation lap. Leaders per class on the left hand side when we go double file. Leaders from each class on the left hand side when we go double file. So that's the opposite side of where you started your formation lap. GT3 leader, please remain behind the safety car. Don't make the gap too big. GT4 can increase speed a little bit to get the gap ahead to about 30 seconds instead of 40. That's a good gap, GT3, GT4, yep. Keep it around there. And I'm in 97 out of position. Please let car number 87 through. 97 out of position. Let car 87 pass. DCR can speed up a little bit to get the gap to 30 seconds to the last GT4 car. GT4 might be gap is not reducing under 30 seconds, please. Please reduce speed. You're 27 seconds behind GT3 field. Make it 30 seconds, please.
What
Alright,
wing,
DCR, that's a good gap. Thank you.
what wing do you use at the moment?
What I used?
What wing?
Wing before.
Okay, thanks.
Message to all drivers: if you are getting any messages to let cars pass, please ignore. We will remove all penalties shortly after the race starts. And we will investigate the race start on our own. Gaps are good. Please keep these gaps constant. double file formation and get ready for the race start. Race leader on the left-hand side, so all odd numbers on the left-hand side, even numbers on the right. Odd numbers on the left-hand side, even numbers on the right. And with the safety car, that's actually reversed. So even numbers left-hand side, odd numbers right-hand side. Safety car is off. Remain under 120 kph until the start, and please close the gaps as much as you can. Tight formation until the green flag. No overtaking until the race starts. GT3 prepare for green. Remain in single file. Sorry, GT4 double file please, and get ready for the start. TCR double file please.
One cut.
For
Okay.
green, green, green. Double file and get ready for the start. Get ready. PCR green flag.
fucking stuttering.
Is there any damage on the car?
Yeah, there is some little damage, but car seems good. But there is a less top speed. Can't feel the car very well. I have a low FPS.
on is mandatory throughout the entire race. Headlights mandatory throughout the entire race.
Martin, dík. Pozriem, čo len sem tam tak na rovine. Ale neprestáva sa mi to sekať.
Attention, car 72, warning for driving standards. Warning for driving standards.
I have to leave you for like 10 to 15 minutes. I will be back.
Okay. Sorry, že som neprečítal skorej ten chat. Neviem, či to ešte sleduješ, Bordo, ale pravý teda rozhodne nie som. Kolegovi trocha nevyšla kvalifikácia, lebo on začal pršať a urobil kolo len na vode, stratil 20 sekúnd na pravého, takže sme boli 11. a to od štartu išlo celkom pekne, až potom som sa sklzol, vyšiel na trávu a trocha aj poškodil auto. Takže opäť prepad dolu. Teraz som musel boxe aj opravovať, to ma stalo tiež 32 sekúnd tie opravy. Je to komplikované, no. Start behind me.
I want medium tires, traction control 1, ABS 8.
Okay. Christopher, neviem, či to ešte sleduješ, ale hodil by si sa mi ako prekladateľ. Mám tak pre vysvetlenie, idem s 3 Maďarmi v týme, takže... Sakra, keby som nebol hlúpy, mohol som aj ja vedieť maďarsky a nebol by žiaden problém. na tej rovine. drops, János. János. Someone is there or not?
Yes, I'm here.
János need to connect to the server.
Okay.
Because the synchronization of real route is too long. It takes too much time.
Okay, I'm back into it. Texted him, I hope he will not speak.
Situation.
Why?
János, you here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
Connect to the server.
Now?
Yeah.
As spectator, right?
Yeah. Because the synchronization is too long on that circuit.
Okay.
Yes, 1.5. Server?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sleeping here right now.
Sit to my car if you can. I set the pit stop. One more lap.
Says it's still syncing the server load. It's gonna be fine. Check my settings. That was really nice fuel management. Right there.
On start, on that formation lap, I save some fuel also, and I need to save in the first stint for 8 laps. Now we have a clean track.
Okay. So medium tires.
Yeah.
DC1 ABS 8.
And what about brake bias?
The default one. You posted something. I didn't touch it. I tried.
That was a 8:15.35.
Yeah, really nice driving, mate.
I don't think so. Stupid crash.
Yeah.
Lost there
so
maybe
it-
10 seconds and car was damaged, and then in pits I lost 30 seconds with repairing, so
Yeah. So
yeah, but that's the long race, so
yeah. Fuel management is more important. I try it in my first stint and we see if I can double stint the tire.
I think it's not a good idea.
Well, yeah, at the end I see how it unfolds. And how about your tires? What was the percentage?
Can't remember, but it feels good. The setup was well balanced during whole stint.
Yeah.
Why you choose the mediums?
I had the same pace with less wear.
Yep. Then you can change for the new set of medium tires. It will be quicker, I think. I did many races with GT3, and double stinting wasn't a good idea in any tracks.
Let's see.
And I was using a Ryzen mixture.
I mean, yeah, these guys expect that you would change. I'll do the same.
There isn't a big difference in speed, but fuel target is better. Okay, Arnage, I will take a rest, so good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Zase ten replay, kým sa odlaguje. Čau Marku, neviem kedy si prišiel, ale keď to ešte sleduješ, tak od začiatku sa veľmi nezadarilo, akože od štartu som išiel pekne dopredu, len potom neviem, hra sa mi strašne sekala a vyšiel som na trávu, dostal som šmyk, ktorý by som normálne chytil, ale mal som to tak zasekané, že som nebol schopný reagovať na to, takže dostal som trocha ranu na auto, no bolo to poškodené, potom oxy oprava 30 sekúnd, takže stratili sme veľa, ale tak je to ešte strašne dlhý závod, takže všetko je možné. Ale títo chlapci vpredu to idú celkom zle. slušné tempo, no. Rozhádzané časy celkom. No, neodhadnem si ani vôbec typnúť, že kto tu je najrychlejší vôbec, lebo veľa tých časov to vyzerá tak všelijak, ako keby aj ja som vedel byť rovný týmto časom. Ale teraz pôjde o to, že kto urobí menej chýb, no. Uvidíme. Budem musieť odísť zo serveru, ale musím tu pustiť ten ich stream oficiálny.
When the official server just opened, I did like good 10 odd laps, which I thought were clean, but they didn't.
Hodím vám do chatu aj ten link na ten oficiálny stream.
Just frantic driving like 6 laps straight at the end on Thursday, like the final day, in the rain. Which I'm happy I did because it gave me good practice. It means I went over the.
A teraz musím nejak dostať do streamu ešte.
But no, it was very scary because I had about. The reason I did them all on Thursday was because one, I had a free day, and secondly because of me having to write an exam on Wednesday, so not fun.
That's unideal. Just have an exam in the way of your big 24-hour race, but
this is like my good free time, my good freedom thing, because I've had like had a huge presentation before this, which is good to have done now because I could focus on this even more. It's good to have that week in between.
Indeed, 44 still just all over the place. The rear is not happy on that car, but Art's sort of making it work for now. So GT3 McLaren in the background. They're going to make their entrance in a couple of moments. And just seeing these Porsches go around next to each other, and they obviously just have to follow such fine margins there. And as we were saying, 170 corners to remember. You know, it's easy enough doing, Silverstone, and there's the mistake right there. Rich hasn't said anything. For Arta there, I was wondering when that was going to happen with that car. But it looked like he just sort of bounced off the wall, and it's going to pretend that never ever happened. It didn't look like he lost any time to Wesley. Still got that half a second gap there. But there's going to be some damage on the front left corner of that car for sure. That was a very big hit. Thankfully he bounced, but that was a fast hit into the barrier.
Yeah, for sure. That sort of damage does huge stuff to your car. So that will be a bit slower than usual. As the Arnage composition is going to have to suffer a little bit behind the GT4s going through the S section to be.
Oh. It's the way
I don't think the 77 was all too pleased about that. Obviously, as well, being set back by about a second now to the 44 cars. You see them lift off there, take a bit of air time going over the jump. We'll switch over to Raphael Meyer, who's under pressure. You could say from the GT4 cars, a TCR GT4 and a GT3 once again. And as you're saying, Tobias, we're now into the stage where everyone is everywhere on the track. There's no sort of correlation.
Ja si idem dať asi obed.
You had the GT3s and they'd come through, and then you'd get the GT4s.
Teraz ide Janoš, tiež vlastne tak ako ja som išiel, takže to sú nejaké 2 hodinky. Za ním ide Laszlo. Ten bude tiež nejaké 2 hodinky.
the TCRs, you've got to be figuring out what's coming behind you, because that GT3, that Aston Martin, that can get past you. No, there's no issues there. That GT3 will get past both the GT4
ja
and the
pojem o
TCR.
nejaké 4
That
hodiny.
GT4, Joseph Hurlock, he's going to struggle a little bit more. It might be easier if Raphael does a mistake, but that GT4 Porsche it's not going to be easy to get
Nechám
past
stream
the
bežať,
TCR
ale
car. So you got to really figure out
ja
how to
prídem,
go
neviem
past
kedy.
it.
Yeah. As you got a 20-second stop-go penalty for the car 36 for causing a collision. What class is the 36 again?
It's the C7. It's the Corvette.
Oh. Ah, the HHR team car.
Mhm.
Only one of the few cars on softs right now. Most of them are on hards or mediums.
Yeah, I understand. Obviously, you can see then in GT3 at the forefront, only 2 of them on mediums, the rest on softs there, I believe. So a lot of people just trying different things there, but the main consensus, obviously, same with the softs, and we'll see how long they actually stay with those soft compound of tires before having to switch, because you know, we only have 20 sets of tires. We've lost 1, lost 2 due to qualifying, obviously. So 18 sets, and with 1 hour stint lengths, you've got to find 6 hours worth of driving time to figure out. I'm not quite sure where Raphael was going there. Venturing off to the left-hand side and trying to break the slipstream of Joseph Hurlock. GT4's about 10 kilometers faster in a straight line than the TCR cars, and it looks like Joseph is using that to good advantage to get himself around the outside nice and easily. Indeed, he does. See that straight line speed there past the TCR car. But you can see in the actual Nordschleife before the Dustin Gohara, Joseph wasn't really, able to put pressure on the TCR car.
Yeah, I think that's because the TCR cars actually have better aero than the GT4 cars, which is something you can quite see. As we got Arthur Fauché versus Wesley Bucat again. Wesley's caught up to him, his class opponent. This is quite a big battle. I think this is for P2 in class. After the Bros got us like miles ahead. But no, it's quite an important battle now. It seems like
vonalnál mondok benzint.
entry,
Nem látom a deltából.
Obviously, still a long race to go. They'll probably be nearing their final stint.
Ooh.
Yeah, you also
Took the
said that
chance.
like me. Oh, it's Wesley Bucat trying to get around the outside on the entry to the ring.
Nagyon
If
sokat
he's
buktam.
got the pull on the exit, he could get him.
Nem mertem
This
betenni.
is a really good battle. Still holding it. Does he give up? No, he doesn't. He's still there. Really defending by Arthur Fauché, isn't it?
Yeah, that was textbook right there from Arthur. Just he dove that really into that left-hander after the Sabine-Smits curve. Really dove that in and just forced Wesley out of the apex as we go through the Hatzenbach and through the section of curves there, hopping from curb to curb pretty much through here.
Then we come to Flugplatz, I think. Yeah, I can teach you the pronunciations after the race.
Yeah, do it after the race.
Yeah,
I will never have to use them again.
You never know.
No.
Yes, Flugplatz, I got that rule.
There's something not right in that car. I don't know how he's keeping it on track. Well, I mean, he did have a moment last lap, but
Now we're
to
going
be
through
honest, Arthur's
Katarborn.
doing a good job.
Now we're going through Katarborn, and then we're going to go to Schweden.
Yeah, I see that on the track map. I can read it, but there's a lot of
Into Arenberg. Stayed a bit wide on entry. Stayed a bit too tight. Was a bit too close to the inside on entry. Took a bad turn through Schwedenkreuz. Going into the Poststraße and then into Fuchswalde. No images. But now we're going to the Fuchswalde. Probably one of the fastest sections. In road cars, that's the fastest point on the track. On the Touristenfahrt, when you're doing the tourist tracks, because you can't do the because of the downhill. Yeah, as we see the TGM of Carl Lewis trying to get part, who's P7 in class, currently behind them. He'll be behind them going through Metzgerfeld, Herrenhardt, and then probably still a bit outside. So yeah.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be obviously these two Porsches here. They keep on having GT3s interrupt their fight, and it's Quite annoying for both of them, but of course, as a GT3, you're seeing these two GT4s fight between each other, and you don't really want to get involved in that. But you don't really have a choice. We'll see what Carl Lewis does here if he goes to the inside norm. He's just going to hold back for the double left-hander. See what he gets on acceleration. Probably move to the right-hand side, and indeed he does. Warning car number 70 causing a collision. And, we'll see if we have details on that or not. That is just a warning. Looks like they got away with that. Whatever the 70 car did, there'll be no penalty for them, and just a horsepower run down to the next right-hander. And you see how the 44 car wasn't really open, that's by allowing the TGM car there. Tried to sort of held the middle ground there, but Carl Lewis just rolling the car to the inside there is away from his two GT4s.
Yeah, really well done for getting close to that car. That was really just well done from Carl Lewis. Now his next target is get the car up ahead.
And the car up ahead is far away, we're going to say. It's a good 20 seconds or so. Is the number 70, it's the Nova Canalagia car. I got that warning. But back to these two Porsches. Fight as they make for second and third. Then in the Porsche Cup class, which isn't a Cup car but has Cup in its name. So it's a little bit confusing. But nonetheless, those two fight. GRG car, which I believe is in fourth, was said it was a lap down, so I'm not quite sure how far back it is. Lap down being to the leader overall, the leading GT3, as opposed to a lap down on the GT4 field. We'll really get some individual gaps, or I'll just look at live races and figure it out. But interesting to see how much they'll be held up, those two, from all that fighting.
Yeah, I mean, we're currently on board with Chris Davis and Raphael Meyer. Chris Davis had a really good comeback, actually, coming back from like second to last, I think, in the TCR field, coming up to like, I think that is P5. Sorry, I had to count that quickly.
Yeah, you got to do the count, especially when they're as mixed as they are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it is GT4, TCR, and then the GT4s, or some GT4s, and then there's a real mix. You can see there the waving arms car to be second place there as such for the GT4s and TCRs.
He's going a bit low there, the Zure. He's starting to bunch in there, but that's really low. Going through the Caracciola Carousel. You want to be a bit higher though. You don't that lost him speed, I think. Cooper got those flashing lights.
Yeah, maybe it's just a Cooper thing, but I wonder how visible they are to the
Next time,
car behind.
We'll look in the next Cooper we see. We'll check there.
And there's I'm surprised that's a minor distraction. Just 3.5 seconds the gap then between 4th and 5th in GT3 then. They're about 20 seconds back off the 3rd place to Bentley. And now that's paid in full, who are in the bottom step of the podium for now. But it's a driver change for the Deuces Motorsport Club. It's Munich. Then that takes over.
Oh, 15:30 elfejtettem mondani, most van 89 literem.
Well, Roy can
Okay.
let us, I think.
I'll just say Roy. Let's go with that.
Yeah, let's just say Roy. As we see Roy going through here.
Well, there's a driver change for the
15:36 volt, nem jó.
sitting car.
Should we go through the grid order maybe?
Hát nem baj, csak menj és ne törd össze, ez a lényeg most.
Can we pop those up on screen? Is that a thing we can do? But with 2.5 hours done, everyone's finding their place on the track, and there's just two of the GT3s there are mediums. You want to take this away, Tobias?
Yeah, so in P1, well, we're starting with P5, so we got P5, we got Ben. Oh no, wait, this is in P5 I've got Benjamin Gilshinsky. Ah. Oh, wait.
Maybe a slight issue. I think that was the starting order there as opposed to the running order there, because I think we're seeing the qualifying positions, you could say. There was a brief moment of confusion, but
Now we've got that perfect. Thanks,
running order. There we go.
Naomi. So we lead with James Juba in P1. P2 we've got Yannick Matleka, who's I think taken over from Gashinsky. Ibrahim Khan has taken over from Djordjevic. Francisco Gonzalez has taken over from Pau Costa. Roy Demwink has taken over from his teammates in the Jesus Porsche. Janov Braxok has, I think, taken over.
Elbasztam az első szektort.
I think stayed Daniel Erstling. And then P9 we get Tony Jansen in the Juicers, and then in P10 we got Andrea Even.
Mindegy, gumik jó, 92.
In P11 we have Sven
Jó.
Gerhard.
Mit mondtam, mennyi volt a fogyasztás?
Julian Munster,
15-36.
Neto, Dennis
Oké,
Castillo
köszi.
Sims, Gianluca Scalvini, Wesley Bookouts, Arthur Fauché. Then P18 we get to Gavin Moore, and then Donut Prodown. For reference, Dennis Castillo is the leading.
Milyen fordulatnál vált csak?
Gianluca Scalvini is the leading.
7002 vagy 3?
Hát, jó kérdés, azt nem tudom.
P21 to P30 we've got Semi Celik, Rafael Maya, Chris Davis, Agnes Rositis, Luca Tervenari, Davide Capruzzi, Oliver Newman,
De inkább
Dylan Müller,
5,8 kört ír, ahhoz képest, amikor átmentél a vonalon.
Amathiaga, who's also swapped, I think. And then the final two positions are Hugo Diher, Jeffrey Ellis, and then obviously the second.
Yeah, of course, Neil Tusker, the one job he had leading the field as the safety car at the start of this race, then disqualified. That is 8 disqualifications in a row for Neil Tusker. Unacceptable driving from him. How dare he? Surprised he's allowed back, but does his job. And then off to the stewarding team. Of course, good mention to the admin team as a whole, both organisers and the stewards out there who are obviously watching the track. And with it being such a big track, this is quite a task to do, is to look at everything that's going on. Of course, there's only a certain number of eyes that they have, but it seems to be that they're picking up quite a they're picking up most of the incidents here and getting penalties, sorted and dealt with, and getting issues resolved very quickly. So a good hand to the admin team there and those in race control as well.
Oh yeah, for me too. I think big thanks to the racing stewards behind us for making this possible to happen. So yeah, it's going really well though. The race has been quite clean up until it's been quite clean for the entire race. No, everything's gone quite well. Obviously, I think penalties are starting to come in a bit more frequently now, but I think that's just a little blip. That'll stop now. So the race has been good. I think we've had a total of like 5 reports, and for an hour and 30 minutes of driving, that's really good actually. So good job to the drivers, good job to the officials. I don't know, all around job by everyone.
Yeah, it's been a nice and easy start to the race. That'll probably change in about 9 hours, but we'll wait for that. There's a drive-through penalty for the 42 failing to adhere to the overtaking procedures. That is most likely for overtaking under yellow. Yeah. And that is because the 42 illegally overtook the 70 car to turn 1, and they did it illegally, going over the white lines, and they did not give the position back to the 70 car. So they drive-through penalty. Of course, a bit like Formula 1 this year, if you feel that you've made an illegal overtake, it isn't up to the race directors to tell you. You've got to figure it out for yourself. You've got to think, was that a legal move? I was going to say illegal there. If it was legal, then you carry on. If it was illegal, then you got to give that place back. 42 did not, and such a drive-through penalty now is good 20-25 second deficit there for the drive-through penalty.
Quite a silly mistake to do, to be honest. I think that That should be avoided at all costs, obviously.
Yeah, drive-through penalty is one of the harshest up there for the penalties, apart from the stop and goes. But it's in the rules, and everyone's read the rule book. Well, I hope they have anyway. So it's all in there, and it's the same for everyone. So that's just how it is. And normally, if you apply overly harsh penalties, then the problem never happens again. It's funny how that works out. It's almost as if you're sort of scaring them a little bit, but people learn their lesson. And if you shouldn't do it, regardless of a penalty or not. So that'll make them think twice about overtaking or failing to adhere to those overtaking procedures. Battle for position 4 right now. Once race leader, our pole sitter, there, Roy, who's taken over the car from. No, I've forgotten his name. I had it lined up. I've turned my page over.
Well, Roy's overtaking is trying to overtake Francisco. That's what we'll say right now. Now, as we can see, they are getting a slipstream TM. Have you found the name?
Yeah, found it. It was Vulture, Palenzi, of course.
As Roy DeWink is going past Francisco Gonzalez, he'll have it done before the straight, I think. Yeah, he'll be completely done. Nice. That Porsche showing incredible straight line speed there, I think. They did have that little speed boost.
It was up to 285 kilometers an hour normally, and with the speed boost, probably hitting 290 there before
well,
the braking
I'd say maybe like
zone.
285, I think, actually, not 290. No, way near 290.
But nonetheless, very quick. Very
15.08.
offering them a few more extra
Jobban spórolnom kell.
Ks in a straight line. But the Porsche going very well. And of course, we know there's pace in that car, and they're starting to bridge that gap to Francisco Gonzalez in that race for car. New driver, I believe, for the 88 car, because I do not recognize the name, to be honest. So I think they might be a new addition. Miguel Ramos, Paul Costa, Alex Rueria. Names I recognise, and it's Francisco, but I don't. So that 4-car grid.
I thought Francisco drove Sebring.
And they might have done the 24 hours for Le Mans, but don't recall seeing them on.
Yeah, anyway, I
like
guess Race for Cat. Could you please tell us if Francisco's driven any previous races? We'd love to know.
And missing Sophia, I believe, is a driver that belongs to them, so they're not with us today.
They
So
have
many
TCR car
names,
going
so
in.
many people.
Yeesh. TCR.
Things are a little sketchy, and Sven there is smelling blood. TCR stays away of not wanting to get involved, and probably for good reason there. Ivan is feeling the pressure for sure as we go into the carousel, and running that very low line there and trying to stay off the lattice by going too low. There's vital, as you say. You lose a lot of speed if you don't run the banking correctly, because it basically slingshots you through the corner and get a good exit out of it. Brief yellow in sector 1. There it goes. Probably just a moment on the grass for somebody. Oh, it's back. Never mind. It could be they're having multiple moments out there. Who knows? R Factor 2 does like to prematurely display the yellow flag sometimes, even for just the littlest of thing.
Yeah, we've got an interview now with Ben Corbin for the Love Field sim racing car. Hello, Ben. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Tired, but good. So you're the sole driver of the Hyundai. How's that car felt?
Yeah, it's been good so far. We were fighting tyres at the start, which was a bit of a pain. And I think that's going to be a theme throughout the race, because the car just seems to eat them. But I managed to go through pretty much 50% of the tyre life on the fronts just in my first stint.
Oh god.
Which was a bit of a nightmare. I got a bit carried away.
Yeah, I've got quite a bit important question. What were the conditions like at the beginning of the race? Because I thought they were going to be wet, and I was guessing I was wrong because most drivers started on the dries.
Yeah, it was, from where I was, it was completely bone dry. I think I was expecting wet as well, to be honest, so I was a bit disappointed when it was dry.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about Seth as much, do you?
No, exactly. I mean, it didn't stop me from still hitting the barrier, though, unfortunately.
Hát meg tudom csinálni double stintelést gumival. 88
Have
beleessem.
you found the event so far? Has it been fun?
Ahogy
Yeah,
érzed?
it's been really good. We've been enjoying it. Dylan's in the car at the moment on his second stint.
Jó, az egész jó.
when Neil will jump in. Everyone seems to be in good spirits so far, so yeah, it's been really good.
You know, I guess one more question for me then. To be fair, actually, wait, let me ask Dom, do you have any questions?
No, I'm all good actually. To be honest, it's been a
Good.
good drive for 98 so far.
Én nem hallom ám, amit mondanak.
Hát nem is mindig
Yeah,
mondanom,
how
most sem mondott
have you
semmit.
found the TCR battles so far?
Csak piszeg valamit és ennyi.
Yeah, they've been quite good. It's been a bit of a struggle because obviously the VW powered cars are so strong here, but we kept up quite well at the start of the race, and then obviously as the tyres went down, I fell back a bit, and then obviously saying hello to the barrier didn't help with that, but yeah, it's been pretty good so far.
All right, then we'll let you go back to your team and enjoy yourself. So yeah, that's Ben Corbin for you. He is driving for the Lovefield Sim Racing team. So yeah, thank you, Ben, for joining us for an interview. Yeah, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you.
Indeed, the only car to be in the Hyundai, the sole Hyundai entry. Also running a driver that's doing double duty, Neil Tasker, who will be with us in commentary at some point, also down on the entry list for that car as well. So yeah, we've got two of them out there doing the double.
Yeah, Neil and I need to do a race sometime, just one-on-one.
Well,
Obviously, I'm joking, Neil. But no, I'd enjoy it.
he'd be down for that, I'm sure. I'll
Yeah.
commentate on it for you guys. Sorry,
We can do it in we'll do it in the box carts.
the box house, yeah. Beautiful cars. But whilst that was going on, Sven was able to get past Ivan. They were Team Iris car up into P9. Waiting for those intervals to shuffle down, because apparently the 87 car is 200 seconds off the back of P8, and I don't think I can believe that currently, because that's 200 seconds seems quite
remember
seems quite large. I know some of them have had problems, but
pit differences, the Iris
true
had,
off
issues with,
sequence.
yeah.
As well, so we've got to figure that all out. Yeah, the 22 Arnage onto mediums for their second stint of the race. We'll have to see if they can go the extra lap or not. But it's interesting just watching this all play out, all figure itself out. And yeah, the chess pieces move. They move slowly, but they do move every now and then as people start showing their hand, start figuring out what they want to do. But yeah, it is interesting trying to balance your race off other people. You see someone do something else, and you think, oh, maybe should I adjust what I'm doing or not? It's is there ever anything you have to do? Yeah, that was almost a wall.
Good job.
Yeah, good save. So wheels in the grass, we see it so often now. It seems to be not an issue for these drivers. But is that something you do, Tobias, if you expect the car you're battling with to pit earlier than you're expecting? Is that something you have to take into consideration? You're wondering, why, especially when you're in the last few hours of the race, do you then start to keep an eye on that car, try and figure out what they're doing and see how you can get around it?
Yes and no. Usually I'll just ask my teammates who are not on the car to just I'll ask, like, look, what time, when are they pitting, so that I know exactly when they're pit. So first of all, I can know exactly when they're pitting, what strategy they're on, if they need to do a splash and dash at the end, because that's the important part, actually. That's when you really look at strategy. The first portion of the race, it does not matter if your car is about pits. Do not matter. They really don't. You're either on or off sequence. You'll gain or lose time the same way. It's at the end of the race where it matters the most. That's the important part of the race.
Exactly, and that goes back to said earlier, is that you're working backwards. You're working to, 0 minutes remaining. And obviously you may go off sequence now, but it's all about putting yourself in the position that you feel is best for your team for the final stint. How long is that final stint going to be? Will it be a 2 stint or a double stint on mediums? Will it be a 40-minute stint on softs? Will you have to splash and dash for 15 minutes to go? You're trying to figure this out. Easier said than done when there's 21 hours to go, but that is what the end goal is. That's what you're trying to figure out.
Yeah, as you said, it's I mean, that's the beauty of endurance racing. The strategy aspect of it is amazing, because you only really find out if it was a better strategy at the end of the race, if it paid off or not. That's the best part about it. That's why I love endurance racing so much. For one, the team dynamics you have, the way you have to set up the car for multiple people, and the cooperation you need as drivers.
Yeah, it's a real team effort. As we were saying earlier, with the setup of the car, that is one of the biggest factors of teamed events, is making something that works for everyone, and that is certainly easier said than done. The waving arms car up in P14 overall shows what a good job they're doing in the TCR class. Then they're actually ahead of all the GT4s as well. So look at them go in that Cupra. As they are diving into the pits, so there we go. There on their sequence now, that will send them back down the order and sort of put the balance back to things with the GT4s ahead of that TCR. But it's been a very good drive from Gianluca. Then we'll see whether or not there's a driver change. I expect there will be 2 hours and 50 minutes in the car. That is a long time indeed. So I expect there to be a driver change as well with our leader as well. James, who is not to change yet either.
Waving arms has done really well, actually. Like, hats off to them. That's respect.
Yeah. Impressive first 3 hours, but no one ever remembers the first 3 hours if you don't do well come the final hour and the actual race results. So we'll have to see whether or not it pays off or not.
Yeah, as we currently see the Yannick Maleka currently just in the Falcon Sim Racing car, just taking past the Hyundai. In my opinion, actually the best looking TCR car. I think looks really cool. Maybe the rear exhaust system is not the nicest looking. Just looks like
single exhaust in the middle, but the split livery is quite nice actually. I was really.
No, I like the front look of the Hyundai. I think it's the i30 they use.
Yes. Yeah. Specifically N.
Yeah, the i30N.
Not that it makes any difference, but.
Fun fact about Hyundai's performance division, they actually poached, I think, the head of performance of a very notable head of performance of BMW off of it. That's why they've got quite a good sports range, Hyundai. Which is good to see, as they used to be quite a boring company, to be honest.
Yeah, they weren't interesting at all. But the end range, of course, every car group now has a
performance range.
Even performance range. Yep, even Vauxhall. Where it's the M for BMW, the RS for Ford, the GR for Toyota, and
what else?
Just the N for
and the R range for Audi. Forget that. I mean, I guess the GTI range or the R range for Volkswagen.
They all like the R really, just race.
Mercedes have their own company for the performance, which is MG.
The MG version, yes.
I mean, then you've got. Fiat then badge their cars off of Abarth if they've got the even sportier version?
Yes, same but different. Yeah, the Abarth obviously is. It's more of it's a bit like Brabus. They just sort of upgrade the car.
But Brabus doesn't just upgrade AMG. Don't just upgrade like the Mercedes. They upgrade the AMGs. That's the thing. But then obviously you've got all of those upgrading companies which sponsor with, like you've got the Maybach company, which is like those ultra luxurious ones which are not performance. Those are just comfort, and cost like an extra 500 grand to add.
Yeah.
Mercedes, just get a Rolls Royce at that point.
Yes, true.
It's actually cheaper than I think. As we go through the little Audi RS3, cute little car, if I must say. But it's probably one of the biggest cars here.
It's probably one of the larger ones here, but
it's not very large in real life, actually, if you see it next to the cars.
But jacked up a little bit on some larger rims, and Sunny is one of the taller TCRs, as is the way with TCR cars, they're just a tool, really. You look at it compared to a GT3, they are low and they're wide. They're hunkered to the ground. TCRs is
Itt vagyok.
giant.
Opposite.
Oké. Hát én nem fogom megcsinálni a 8 kört szerintem.
I mean, I do prefer the Audi
Nem tudom, lehet túl sokat váltok, vagy nem tudom.
Which has like the basically has like the bigger boot, you could say, or trunk, as we'd say, normal people would say. So no, but that's something you can always see on these cars. And there almost Lucas Lichten, who's gotten in for Chris Davis in the Team Iris League.
Hát a Bustintet azt megpróbálod?
That Lincoln car is peculiar.
Arra van esély.
I don't like it.
It's a car I drove in a race room championship. They have it over there, and it just goes well in a straight line. And it's also good with curbs. It's a bit of a tank.
It's Swedish though.
It is Swedish, but it's owned by Volvo, which is technically owned by Geely.
Oh yeah,
that is a
Geely
mess.
own
They
a
own
bunch.
Lotus and Polestar,
Range
a
Rover.
few other, possibly, but they are a Chinese company, Geely.
They were Indian.
Oh, very much.
Oh no, Range
it
Rover
was
is
Chinese.
owned by Tata. That's what. That's it.
Tata, that's it, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lincoln goes a strange thing, but yeah, goes by a straight line, doesn't really corner. It's probably the heaviest TCR there is here.
Do you see what it looks like though? It looks like an electric car.
It does.
It also looks like a Beta. It also looks like a poor man's Nissan GTR R35 from a distance.
From a distance.
From a distance, because if the front headlights merged together a little bit, I feel like it could look like a GTR, and you could see, and as you can't really see the grille much, especially on that livery, it really does. I'm actually going to search up a Lincoln Cove to see what it looks like on the road.
Oh, the Lincoln goes in the wall. Lincoln go in the wall. They're coming out of a corner.
Some could say it isn't linking, is it?
It's not linking anymore, no. The co is gone. There's going to be some damage to the front right. You sort of see it there. It's going to be lazy on turning.
It isn't the particularly nicest car, is it? It's just
It's
what
a bit
it looks
odd,
like.
isn't it?
Like I've seen a road car picture of it. Do you see what it looks like? It looks like they've taken a standard Volvo, added 2 headlights on the top, and added a cheap rear wing on the back, and that's what they've called. They've just said, right, we've got the car.
I mean,
Hogy kopik már az első kerekeseknek a izéje? Gumiján húzzák a csíkot.
Races in the World Touring Car Championship, so it's
Jó, legalább mentem egy 11-es időt is, tök könnyen. És a lekörözések miatt elég szarra most.
Á, de a szép kör nagyon.
Hát olyan főleg úgy, hogy leanbe voltam. Most írja 3 körre. Nem, 2.9 már, ja, nem lesz meg, sajnos.
It seems like it's the Zurich car, aren't they?
I've seen it with one other car.
Have they swapped again? I swear Florian Wepfer is like the third driver they've put in that car now.
No, because we haven't seen Raphael.
I thought Jan Donza did a bit of driving.
15-11.
Yes,
yes, he did. So it is
Safe.
the third driver.
Mármint a fogyasztás.
Oh, that is. Yeah.
Az is szép.
Yeah, never driver swap. That's interesting. They've done that, but Raphael is yet to be in the car.
Hát le kellett volna mindig 15 talán.
It's interesting that they're going between those two and not. Because as you were saying, every time you go back in the car, that first lap, you've got to learn the track if it's changed. You know, there could be a slight variation of the track grip started at 15% FP2.
Van pusolom most egy kicsit.
About an hour and a half before the broadcast. It was the final practice session for everyone.
Now we've had 3 hours of driving with 32 cars on track.
Exactly. So obviously that track grip will go up. Won't go up quickly, but it will go up. And over that hour, there could be, you know, a couple of % extra grip, you know, on average over the track. But there is a difference, and it may take you that 1 lap to learn.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do a double stint, you already know what's going on.
Ooh, bad exit there from Lucas Lichten. He's lost there. Will Florian Wepfer get past though? All right now. Trying it around the outside to be fair. Ooh, this is some good battling, isn't it? That you can see that straight front line from the Lincoln Co is really helping. However, now he's ducked into the slipstream. As you can see, another car, TCR up there. It's just, yeah, that Lincoln Co's got mighty straight line speed. However, it's pretty bad at the corners.
There's just nowhere for Florian to go, and he's in the slipstream, but he's not gaining at all. Again, quicker through the quick left-hander there, covering him off there, Lucas Lichten. And try as he might, but yeah, that straight line speed of the Link is paramount for most of the Nürburgring, because everywhere where the corners are slow, you can't get past unless you really force the issue, which it looks like Florian is trying his best to do. Try as he might, he is unable to do so to go into the carousel.
Oh, I love this camera.
That is nice. You see how close he gets. He is nibbling. There is Florian again.
The thing is that, like we've been saying, that Lincoln Co's straight line speed is huge. So it's gonna be tough for the small little Cupra to get past, aka an expensive Seat.
Cupras are pretty nice though, to be honest.
They are nice. I have seen some on the street when I'm walking. They are very nice.
Yeah, a tad wide there for Lucas, but again, nowhere for Florian to go. And he's trying. You see, he's taking different entry lines just to try and get something there. Maybe something to the inside, and there that door closes. And it's never really open up on the TCRs do like doing that. And we saw that with Ben Corbin. They do like to put the inside wheel up and over the curb. But you see just all over the back here of the Lincoln Co. There's just nowhere for him to go. Much tighter line again. For the Cupra, it looks to the outside, nowhere for him to go there. Maybe to the inside, that door will close. Aston Martin there in the background.
And he's going to break this fight up, isn't he? Or close it in.
We'll see how that works. The Deuces, Aston Martin then about to shake things up, either in a good way or a bad way. We're about to find out. And he's so close to the back of the Zurich car there. Probably had to lift off, maybe even get on the brakes there to avoid hitting the back of the TCR car. This will be a pass here. Lincoln Co's rally crossing now is doing its own thing. Shortcutting the track to the inside will go the Aston Martin. There goes one TCR. Try not to hit the back of the Lincoln Co, please. There, that is lovely. And we'll nip to the inside, likely for the second mini carousel. That was close though. Iris, the Lincoln Co, sorry, it sort of had a wiggle there for the Team Iris car, but it's back to these two again down the Dottinger Hohe, and well, we saw a moment ago what the straight line speed of the Lincoln Co is like. It's very good. Slipstream though, will this be a chance for Florian Wepper?
That's what we're going to see now. Slowly gaining, not by much because of that Lincoln Co power. Would not surprise me if that thing is American, by the way. As we have just crossed the threshold of 3 hours, so 3/24ths have been completed. Oh god, that joke is going to get so old so quickly.
1/8. You could just say an eighth.
Yeah, it is an eighth now.
It is
so it's
1/8
or 3/24ths. I cannot wait till hour 4th. This is also sadly my final hour of commentary now.
Indeed. It goes by oh so quickly, and Florian there with the slipstream for the entire Dottinger Hohe, unable to do anything with it.
És akkor utána nem te jössz, igaz?
Igen.
Through the corners, the twisty bits, and the slow speed stuff, Lincoln Co can just put on the power, and to the pits it goes anyway. So that puts an end to that one. Florian will probably be pretty happy though he's been released.
Quickly?
We'll see. Lucas is in the car. I think for the first time. I'm trying to find. They're the 777 car, aren't they? Yes, Lucas. And we've had Chris Davis in the car as well. So it's those two.
Oh, so this is 6:30. It's 6:30 seconds and 12/64ths have happened.
Wow, these are fractions. I don't want to know.
And then we get 2428. What's 128? It's 256. We've got 48 256 then. Maths with Tobias. Toby is like
Toby. Oh well, right now I know. Thank you for telling me, James.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh, factor 2 edit. Okay, so Chris Davis just read. They had no front splitter, sadly,
No.
which is a bit unfortunate to see. That's why they're out. But efforts again. That's a huge shame with that car, obviously. But no,
Yeah, a lot of
I can continue with the fractioning, but I think we'll just bore people.
keep going.
Yeah, next we have 6th, I think, coming up.
Ooh.
I hope you can. I hope this thing continue. I hope it continues through it though. Like, I'd love to see it more. As we're just watching Wesley Workout Drive now. That's like we said. This is more of like the. This is what I like to call the podcast time of the race. See, where there's no real battle happening, so you just discuss whatever's happening in motorsports, usually, or anything.
But it's especially, you know, obviously 32 cars is a normal decent sized grid. You take it to Silverstone, take it to Portimao, take it to Le Mans. 32 cars is fine.
Yeah.
Take it to the world's longest track. Suddenly they're all 32 cars isn't quite enough.
Tiny.
Yeah. There's a reason why they can fit 150 cars on this track.
Dennis azt hitt, hogy szerintem kicsit korán van a double stinteléshez.
Akkor tegyek softot? Nyernénk egy kis időt én szerintem most.
They pray.
78 a gumim.
Azt hitte végre, hogy de oké, majd meglátjuk, szóval. Ha akarsz, akkor szerintem mehetsz double-t. Majd később nem kell. Egyel kevesebbet kell.
Hát igen, nektek akarnám, hogy jó legyen a végén. Na most én tempóban nem vagyok olyan erős itt. Csak 12-6. Benzin meg égetem 15 fél.
Én is lassú leszek mögé.
But then you look at you look at the Audi and you just think GT3. Like, what's the difference?
Well, no, you can see the difference. For one, it's got the hood scoop, and it's got the hood scoop.
But it's not a real step up.
The one thing I don't like is the show livery they've used for the Audi. Which has got that yellow inside grille. So yeah, the yellow inside grille is rubbish. But no, I think Porsche have one.
Porsche do.
Again, is it just a GT2?
Yeah. Brabham will have one this year.
Pont most jó lenne a guminak a balansz.
86, I think, or something 86.
Bár nem tudom, hogy milyen lesz 120 literen.
They are really struggling.
Yeah, for manufacturing. The thing is, the reason is they're not joining that is because it's too expensive for car manufacturers.
There's no point.
Yeah, it's just old people.
Well, that's the thing. Its purpose is for people to have a race, for those rich business people, you could say, to have a race, but don't have to deal with Mirko Bortolotti diving down your inside.
Yeah.
Don't have to deal with the pro drivers, you know, because that's really the only way you can do it is by being the AM driver to a pro am series. You know, with obviously GTE and GT3 and GT4 as well. That's normally what it is. Whereas Super Ferrari Challenge, they're so successful because
reminder to all drivers: headlights on, please.
You know, 80% are cheap, but 80% of that grid are all the same type of person. They're all non-professional people that just have money and want to go race.
Or you're incredibly young and want to win a championship easily to gain clout.
Want to win a championship easily.
Well,
but they have different
Super
ratings for age and stuff.
Competitive, yeah.
But it's not.
Nagyon jó jött.
Not what's going on at Imola right now with the GT3s. You know, there's 52 GT3s at Imola.
Yeah,
I
mean, the GT World Challenge gets a cute. Well, the GT World Challenge.
Na, szerinted mi lenne logikus lépés?
It's a shame they don't have a world champion.
Kívülállóként.
Beszélem a többiekkel.
It's the world. It's the endurance one, but no. The good thing about the World Challenge is that it can get, well, for one, you can get some really big drivers there. For one, all those GT drivers are rapid. Plus, this season we've obviously got Valentino Rossi joining.
Yes, also 46.
Ja, hogy most beszélitek?
Yeah, Discordon írogálunk.
I think nearly everyone would think, oh, he's in a Ferrari because of his his relationships with those.
Hmm.
And the weird thing is that
Döntsétek el, mert most jövök majd.
Audi have basically got a MotoGP team, as I think they own Ducati.
Oh, fair enough.
So yeah,
I
no.
didn't know that actually.
No, you can see it on the, if you look on their Ducati livery.
Vagy ha korai,
the
akkor rakok
MotoGP
softot.
livery is, you can see Audi Sport.
Ah, nice.
Oké.
Fair enough.
Search up
Yeah,
Dos
that makes
Medici
sense.
and
Írd meg nekik, ezt én mondom.
GP22.
Ha a többség
Makes sense.
leszavaz,
Well,
akkor
it's
soft,
interesting
ja.
for 46 to strap on an extra 2 wheels, but certainly enjoying it. It did the Golf 12 hours recently. It seemed to go relatively well for them.
A pincés
Yeah,
Ádám azt mondta, hogy lehet, hogy jobb lenne, ha most double-öznénk, mert akkor később tudjuk nyomni. Az Agyvádám meg azt mondja, hogy cseréljük ki. Nem, jó.
Okay, just a general partnership. As
No, I
opposed
know
to
that. The thing is, I know
Mármint mit cseréljünk ki?
Mondom, a kerekeket
they are
újra.
owned by Audi.
This is a fact.
Yes, it is a fact.
A fact. Florian here, after being released from the back of the Lincoln.
Hát akkor pincés, akkor velem van.
Of another Cooper,
Yeah.
so they're the same car here. So in theory, and you can see Florian here is much quicker. Yes, Toby. You have an answer.
It's a bit of a mix match answer for Ducati.
Na te, mire szavazol?
Ducati,
Mivel te vagy velem most, azért te szavazatod a mérvaló.
Ó, de jó.
Is owned by
Hát én egy nagyon picit arra hajolnék, hogy most double-özzél, ha jó állapotban vannak még.
Hát 76.
Yeah. Fair enough. So
and they
yes
bought
and
them
no.
back in and they bought them about Ducati in 2012 for about 1.2 billion, 1.12 billion.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh yes, there's a correlation there.
Volt egy sárga, nem tudom mi.
Winded Florian Webber here in the Slipstreams Cooper on Cooper action here, so it shouldn't be too hard for the virtual racing teams. They go through into Tiergarten. He's going to go for the inside. This is going to be an interesting one. Backs out of it just about.
Jó, megpróbálom.
He does. I don't think there's really. The
Szerintem.
gap wasn't quite there. Wasn't fully alongside for that one
Okay.
to be pulled off, and loses a bit of time there for the penultimate corner, and won't be able to challenge into turn 1. Battling over third then in the TCR class.
If you live by Ayrton Senna's motto of "If you no longer go for a gap that exists, you are no longer a racing driver." Well, in that
Amount of
case,
people have had to slap for that. Whoa.
that quote is such a joke right now because he didn't.
Nagyon
use it
biztonságosan
like
kell menjek.
he is his reasoning for taking out Alain Prost on purpose.
Ja, most már az Agyvádám is azt mondja, hogy double-öz.
It's it's said by too many people who think they're entitled to go for a gap.
I think a few people obviously say it sarcastically because they know it's a joke.
Yeah, the sarcastic side.
But then
you got people who truly believe it. There's a bit worried.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like 6-year-olds do. That's when I believed it.
Yeah.
But now I think it's just a bunch of rubbish and should be a bit safe. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Julian Palmer's, you always have to be aware on the streets. So
Now that
quote
one's
is much
funny
better.
though. That is a better quote.
Yeah, because didn't he crash in Monaco in 2016?
It was at Baku.
I know.
It was like because he had signs of his face on the circuit.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm pretty sure he crashed at night. I think it was, but maybe it was Monaco. But
he crashed at Monaco because he drove over the zebra crossings and
oh, nice.
dropped the car going into Saint-Devote. Oh, as he's gone off track.
He's got to find a way.
Switching rallycross for track racing now, I can say.
Trying to find a way through into the quick chicane then, and defending as well is United car, but going back to the racing line as they hobble over 2 cubs, switch it back over to the right hand side to the middle of the road, so you can get through the hairpin that joins you onto the Nürburgring proper.
Hogy nem tudom, hogy hol a boxonal.
Another
Óvatos leszek.
Anyway, back to our discussion. Chat, if you've got any funny motor racing quotes you want to tell us, please just drop them in chat. We'll try and read them as many as possible. Or just, I guess you can try to message Global Endurance Modding over most things. modes, I guess, if they want that. But no, just tell us some of your better modes. Yeah, onto the GT3 on the reason why GT2 exists. Nobody knows.
Körülbelül itt.
Just exists.
Just
Ah.
is there
I mean,
now?
if you think GTE is expensive, too expensive to run, why is GT2 a thing?
Apart from the reason I said earlier, I really
75,
can't think of
78, 80,
an
82, ezt írd meg nekik, hogyha
substantial reason.
gondolod.
But, it's
Az
there.
előbb megírtam, hogy
Apparently there's an
76
engine
volt
blown on the
akkor.
174 car,
Akkor
which is
arra
not a
mondták, hogy
good
akkor
day for
menjen.
our,
That's a Porsche, isn't it?
our GT3 Pulse.
Yeah, it's DNF.
Was. It's gone. Engine
Ja.
blown.
Majd neked milyen
How
gumit
did
rak
they-
ki?
how
Ah,
can
én
you do that as a
szerintem
GT3 driver
softon
yourself?
nem akarok még double-ozni.
Shift, double shifting. When you shift both front and rear gears into neutral and then go back that fast. You
So
can do it
there's,
like
because I've done this a few times. Sometimes on R Factor 2, there's a system. If you do both your up and down gear shift, it goes into neutral.
I like that system though.
I do, but I have been caught up by a few times. And if you go in, say you're braking down to turn 1, you're in 6th gear, 6th, 5th, neutral, reverse.
Időjárás.
Not going to go well.
No, but what I usually do is I
mondom.
go to neutral, realize I'm in neutral, so go back to the first engine blows
Without
up.
putting the clutch in, yeah.
I don't use clutch.
Oh, fair enough.
I've
That's
got
the only
auto
time that
clutch on
saves
because
me is I've done that and I've put the clutch in, got myself back up to 4th gear, and then carried on.
Oh,
Because
God.
otherwise, I would have just gone straight to 1st and engine gone. Yeah.
The issues of being a professional, of doing some racing.
5%
Plus,
esőt
yeah,
mondanak
it's really
estig, onnantól megy nulla.
174 leaves up to their sister car then, the Aston Martin, to do well for the Deuces Motorsport Club. Here with Gavin Moore's cops to the back of Arthur Fouché, 18th and 19th overall. I think that's 3rd and 4th in class. Always have to try and figure that out, and there's a few TCRs
Must
in
say
the
though,
mix
that little number 4, those little
Third.
Porsches are really nice to look. The GRG livery is always quite a bit starting to become a little bit iconic and gem, isn't it now?
Stars and stripes, baby.
Bit too patriotic though.
Yeah, it's made by a Frenchman as well, that livery.
ABS-t, TC-t majd mennyire rakjam?
It's made by Julian, yeah.
TC1, ABS meg
Livery guy, and yeah,
amennyi van.
Én 80 használom most.
Ja, jó lesz úgy.
Never really have a main livery gun.
Whoever wants to.
Yeah, usually
fair enough.
Ben Swalwell does it for us. And he does some nice liveries actually. For credit to the Bens. Usually,
we have them per game.
Usually it's whatsoever. I think our most recent ones were Ben Chef. They're all mostly LMP2
Úgyhogy locsolom
liveries.
neki amúgy.
Yeah, the
Sem fog spórolni. Nem szabad.
Okés.
Along with the stars and stripes. The farmer's car, as yesterday was a day of.
Már még picit bizonytalan vagyok az autóval, nem akarom túl pusolni. Nem teszteltem még így.
Wondering where our farmer Greg was. We found them.
Na, majd én is óvatos. Próbálok lenni.
Hopefully Gavin is celebrating or pushing forwards the motto of our Greg Lord. Forwards, into the world of April, the April month. But yeah, good move there. Well, not a good move, a lucky move because then.
Usually, Jesus, drop my phone.
Yeah, well, goodbye.
No, that's fine. I'm on my computer, which is good. Oh no, right now it's usually with April Fools, I kind of get a bit frustrated because the jokes are usually awful, and I just go like, "Bruh, please stop." That's usually the April Fool's out of me, but yeah. But no, I also had qualifying yesterday, which was my main thing. Alright, so we've had Chris Davis say that it exists for he sees
Világításom fenn van.
GT2 as being it exists
Nem
for
tudom.
Rush dentists who want to drive
Nézd meg.
GT3.
Én előbb benyomtam pedig.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. They're They are just meant to be real. It's just meant to be a safer environment, I think, for them. Because that's the thing. Like the GT3s are quick and they're probably a bit more fun to drive. But the only place you can drive them is with pros around you. And if I was a rich dentist, I don't want, I don't want Nicky Team,
or like
down my inside all the time.
I think I'd actually, if I was a rich dentist, I love how we're using that as the analogy, a rich dentist. If I were a rich dentist, I'd love to do GT3, and I'll tell you why. Because it means I can say, if I had like grandchildren, go like, hey kids, or like I had children at the time, I'd say, hey kids, have you ever raced against, or wanted to show off to people, have you ever raced against the 9-time motorcycle world champion Valentino Rossi? No?
Megint pont úgy fogom kifogni, bazd meg. Ne bírjam megelőzni. Bár...
Drag race with on your bike. I'll just use your Yamaha.
But yeah, they're in there. I think it's their third year of GT2 now, so it's not unsuccessful.
Oh, second year.
But obviously, it's never going to compare to the might of GT3 or GT4. Those are very well established concepts.
Well, GT3 especially, I mean.
Yeah, that's
GT3
not going
is
anywhere soon.
GT3 is the thing you want to do. I mean, the thing is that the issue with GT3 also nowadays is that as people, the engine blew on a 5th gear full throttle. Ish.
5th gear full? How?
That's what Roy just said. Roy, as you are sadly not driving, how do you pronounce your name?
Yeah, 5th gear full throttle.
Yeah, that's tough. Sorry to hear that, by the way.
So that's got to be. So you can do radiator tape and cooling. I'm pretty sure.
You know, we're not using any radiator tape. Well, usually you don't, and during the race stints, that's.
But that's something you can run
time.
If you want to.
You can run, but it's not.
So
I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah, for a logical reason. That's because that's the only reason I can think is just the engine temp getting too high. It's a shame. The fact for it to just let go like that is peculiar. But yeah, real shame for the Porsche there. But it's you live and learn. I'm sure they'll figure out the reason if they can.
As the leading GT3 car has switched, it isn't isn't James Tudor. It is Loic Meunier. Last guy.
Indeed. So the first 3 hours going to James.
Oh, all right. We've got a bit more info from the race directors. He hammered down the downshifts, like just pop. What I do in qualifying.
Interesting. That's what you see in the F1 esports, and I always find it funny because they go from like 8th down to 2nd, and then they'll switch back up to 4th for the actual corner, and then like, come on, like stop this. Very annoying. Yeah, Loic then in the car for the next 3 hours. I assume they're going to be going in rotation of 3-hour stints, then or just at least 3 stints per driver in the Iris car. And yeah, as you were saying, Doraz, anything more than that, you start to get into some dangerous territory in fatigue and things like that.
No, it's you want to be careful on stints. I think a maximum of 3 hours should be allowed. Is best here. I mean, you can do a bit longer, but you'll be tired. I think I've done a 4-hour stint once at Sebring. That was bad already. Like I was doing, I think, like a 12.
A quali üzemmódba megyek, akkor is tudok 2 kört menni?
We finished second though.
Hát, jó kérdés, szerintem igen.
Yeah, I don't think I've done more than 4.
Kapcsolom.
Even in real life, I've never done more than 2 hours in a car. It's you start getting to those points, and yeah, you're gonna have a mistake, and it's not gonna go well.
Az a baj, bazd meg, semmit nem látok.
You sort of need to know when to back out.
A világításom fenn van pedig.
You may feel fine. You know, you may feel
Ez nem nagyon ér sokat.
You know, it's creeping up in the background. Is that percentage chance of you having an accident just gets higher and higher every 10 minutes?
Yeah.
At some point, it's just it'll reach a point where you will just hit a barrier.
I'm gonna try and go to bed as early as possible because I got quite an early stint tomorrow, so I go to bed like 9ish my time, which is incredibly early for me. Just to really get that early stint, like wake up like a good 40 minutes beforehand, so I can get myself ready. Get a good mindset. Might even eat breakfast then at that point. I get up that early. And have like an alarm at like 5:15 a.m. Get ready, so I can feel good and refreshed. Because the thing you need to be, you can't just go into the car like 15 minutes after waking up feeling like crap.
Yeah, you need time to
Yeah.
be awake as such.
No. But,
yeah.
Thank God this isn't my first my first 24-hour race. I've got a bit of experience now in them.
Yeah, if your first 24 was the Nürburgring, it would be quite a steep learning curve. Surely you start off with a Daytona or a Le Mans, maybe even a Sebring, to be honest. I mean, not even just start off with a 12 hour, to be honest. I mean, if this was just your first endurance,
my first race was like 2.4 hour.
Yeah, so something.
And I did a 12 hour. 12 hours was interesting. It was fine. But my first 24 hours was a Daytona, and I'm happy I did it. Funnily enough, I think I crashed for 3-4 hours, and my worst part was that I had to comment.
Lehet a következő szintre ez lesz a programom.
Whoa, and there's a big off there for the SCT car. That was peculiar.
Gondolom, hogy megbírom csinálni.
It snaps from the rear.
I did not see it, so I'm gonna have to watch it on the stream again.
Yeah, it was. I might actually have to do the same. I'm gonna turn my chair and look.
I've got stream on just because like it means I can see chat every now and then.
That's why I have it for as well. But
yeah,
it's very strange onto the brakes and the rear.
He's lucky on how he got the trajectory though with the wall. The wall really
got the barrier right. Got it side on.
So wall riding there.
Yeah, a little bit of wall riding there. But yeah, very peculiar incident there for the SCT car with the rear not doing what he wanted clearly. But yes, got very lucky indeed. Lucas here under pressure from one of the TCRs behind.
Szar, hogy így bebeszaggat néha.
Sure, but these two together at the moment. Mateo, then in the Hex Sim Racing Cupra, that is trying to hunt down the Lincoln Co.
Yeah, we got currently on board with Matteo Tonello and Lucas Lichten. Currently the Team Iris Lincoln Co car. Cool little car. Well, no, I hate that car. What am I saying? Growing on me, just like the BMW M4 did, which I get shamed for liking. I'm joking, obviously. But if you like a car, you like it.
It's just peculiar watching the Link. Just how it is so tall. It probably is the tallest car here.
It doesn't
in
look...
the entire field.
Well, there's the Bentley, to be fair.
There's the Bentley. It's gonna be a close rival. But even
yeah, we're gonna have to.
Is like it's so low.
It's tall
compared to the TCR cars. True.
It is so tall. I mean, they make fun of the BMW M8 being large.
I miss
the
that
Boatley
car.
is big. The Boatley's big.
Yeah,
the M8 competition car's a great car. Shame BMW pulled out.
I enjoyed all those Le Mans memes. It was a simpler time back then. But you can really see and we're gonna have the same again as we did with Florian in the 42 Cupra. Is that quick through the corners and through the slow speed stuff, the double apex corners and
Plusz 3-ra vagyok már a saját időmhez, és a szektorban az a baj.
It doesn't gain all that much, not like other people are in other scenarios. That Lincoln Co just has a very good straight line speed, and it's obviously good for the but it's clearly losing too much time through the corners to
nem baj, majd a többiek is ugyanígy fognak szenvedni.
The gap it's actually increasing. It's growing, yeah. Even though he's right in the slipstream.
Well, no,
and
it's
only
not.
Only now does it come down. But that was a long time. That's a good 500 meters there before the gap came down. Maybe the Lincoln Co just got a better exit on that occasion. Indeed, Matteo probably with a slight mistake through those sequence of corners and gets the better. Ooh, shows how much Lucas is pushing there. But Lincoln goes quick in straight line, and yeah, unable to do anything was Matteo. And also, you saw that gap going up and down, and just shows the strengths and weaknesses of the two cars in the areas that they're quick.
And that's what we actually like, and what we like to see, though.
And yeah, and that's why everyone did as much testing as they did, trying to figure out what car they wanted to drive, because you got to find the one that works, you know, for the team, but also you can use its strengths in the best places. And obviously, the Cupra is quicker in the straight line in the corners. But if you can't use that, if there's literally a car in front of you, you can't use your advantage because there's someone blocking you. And as soon as you get to a straight line, the Lincoln Co uses its advantage, has nothing in its way, and away it will go.
Yeah,
and it's very tricky.
That's what you like to see, though. That's what multi-class racing is about, like different cars driving against each other. It's just nice to see multi-class. That's one thing you don't really get in a, well, no, you don't get it in like same class manufacturer racing. But you can see, you've just seen it here. That Lincoln Co cannot turn. It is basically a European American car. To be fair, that is just AMG. That's actually. Well, yeah, it's Swedish. I'm gonna call it Swedish.
Was Swedish. Was it ever Swedish? Volvo Swedish, but I don't know if Lincoln Co was ever.
If it's owned by Volvo, I think it is. I mean, if Polestar...
Lincoln Co is a Chinese Swedish. It's Chinese Swedish as opposed to Swedish Chinese.
Well, like
so it was Chinese, then brought
and a Swedish mother.
Swedish mother, and then now a Chinese grandparent. That's now owned by Geely, which is Chinese again.
Yeah. And Volvo owns Polestar, which is also, well, Chinese Swedish, I guess, but more Swedish. Because that's what they lean into, because it's luxury. Polestar makes some of the nicest cars, though.
It's electric, though.
It's electric. But even if it's an electric car, they're nice.
I won't get into that, but
might not have the engine sound, but the new Polestars look lovely. They made a really new the Polestar Roadster. Nice. Like, they make some really cool looking cars, Polestar. Better than whatever Lincoln Co can make.
It's like one car. I don't even know what their range of cars.
All their cars look like that. That's the thing.
Most jót tett az a pihenő.
Just quite enjoy this is the 03. So what happened to the 01 and the 02? Yeah, there's obviously, like, you wouldn't just start at number 3, would you?
I'm gonna quickly go to
peculiar. Anyway, Matteo here has somehow found a run on the straight line speed of the Lincoln Co. Actually has the that move works, so possibly a bad entry onto Dossinger, however, for Lucas. But
they only make one car.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Hiába kérdezem. Csak láttam a boxból jön ki valaki.
Makes the 01.
It's the Lincoln Co 01, which is basically this car but SUV.
What's that? Why is this the 03?
Oh, the Lincoln Co 03. They're all ugly.
Wow. Way to annoy the Chinese, eh? 1.5 seconds the gap between these two McLarens. Then it is Janos in the Arnage car just ahead of Francisco in the race. So Cat car was a VW Golf in between the two, but now there is not. Gap increases by just under half a second to 1.8 seconds then. Battle for 4th and 5th. They're going to come up to another TCR car, I believe. Indeed, it is a Cupra. Now they're about to come up to. They're going to meet them right in the Schumacher S's. That could be an Arnage car. Don't think they're going to clear them in time. No, they won't. So they're going to be held up but it will allow Francisco just to gain a couple attempts, and indeed he does. Gains a few, and to the outside they'll go. That's not too much of an issue for Janos, and it's actually it's a bit of a slide for Janos there. Putting on a bit of a show for the TCR car behind him. That should be Francisco, but gets held up through the following right-hander.
So something interesting. I've just looked at the entirety of the Lincoln Co lineup. They're all ugly, first of all. But they make the 01, which is an SUV. They make the 02, which is a hatchback. And they make the 03. They've somehow managed to mess them all up with the headlights. Why are the headlights? There's two sets of them. The upper one, which ruins the car, and the lower one, which looks somewhat nice if they were just there. Like, get rid of the upper ones, Lincoln Co. They might give you some personality, but they just look rubbish. And this is, from a pure design standpoint, awful. 0 to 10.
You got to remember this is the Asian market, which sometimes has different. As my business and management degree, which I've almost finished, has told me anything. The Asian market is messed up, to quote a lecturer of mine, compared to the Western market. They do like different things, so maybe it's a hit over there. You know, they could be selling like hotcakes, but yeah, here maybe not so much.
The thing is that the interesting thing about the Asian market, because I know a little bit about it, is that they value the back seat a bit more.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Yes. So you can actually fit a child in the back as opposed to a child minus legs or something. No.
Well,
that's often the case. Unless you get a proper SUV, back seats on most cars are well, not really. They don't exist. They're just sort of there for show.
I mean, it depends. If you're like in an Audi A1, then yeah, no, you don't have anything back. So if you're an A3, you're fine. Q5's got quite a bit of back room. Q5's quite nice. But no, the smaller the car, the worse it is. I mean, obviously, then if you go to, but no, the Chinese market has like stretched limo versions, you could say. They've got a bigger back, bigger rear section of the car, so that's a bit bigger. So.
Yeah, well, there you go, everyone. Lincoln Co's ugly.
Yes. Lincoln Co, change your design philosophy, please. This doesn't give you any personality. You're not popular. No one's heard about you in Europe, at least.
There's the thing. If you said Lincoln Co to anyone, I didn't know about it until I watched the TCR support race for one of the Nobo 24s many years ago. It was just there. I was like, what's that? And that was it. If I hadn't watched that, well, it would take me a few years. If I was a motorsport fan, wouldn't have a clue. Not a clue what a Lincoln Co is.
Alright, Arwen said the 01 is a crossover. That's why the 154 has a Fiat Multipla on the route. What? Is that true? Do they really have Oh, alright, they're calling it the spiritual successor of the Fiat Multipla. Jesus.
I do like the Multipla.
The Multipla is awful.
It's great. Like the front of it is so peculiar, to say.
No, the only thing it was good for was when they made it the Rover James, if you know what that is. No, it's awful.
Yeah, it works well for the elderly, which is literally its only market.
I'm gonna just search it. I need to search up a picture of the Rover James. Oh god, no, I've just seen a picture of it unmodified. Oh god.
That was a good episode.
Oh yeah.
Good episode. Battle is brewing. It's sort of like a kettle which is on, like, you haven't turned the gas up fully, and the kettle's like got to 60 degrees, and that's all. You know, it's not quite boiling, but they are simmering. Then we'll go with simmering. Actually, that's a better analogy. Francisco just in the wake then of the Yanis, 1.2 seconds to gap, as it has been fluctuating between 1 and 2 seconds for the last few minutes.
Talking about the Rover James, spiked my interest. The official car of Marmite on whole wheat bread. Oh god.
Yeah, that's accurate, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. But no, chat, what's your opinion on it?
Yeah, if you don't know what it is, just type in Rover James. It will come up. Like, that is,
basically, it's a Fiat Multipla with an extended front bumper, so that they don't crash.
It's got
coach
wing mirrors,
bus,
which
coach
are like,
bus
yeah,
mirrors.
like bus. Yeah, I love that's the best bit.
It's got a cat. Well, it had a cat on the top of the roof, but it died. and you can add your shop. You know those shopping trolleys old people have. I don't know what it's called. Like, which is with the wheels on the back. You can just put it on the back of the of your car, and you can just tether along your grocery shopping. Which on English roads, which aren't the best roads in my opinion. I went there recently, and I went to, like, I was appalled actually at the road quality there.
Dang, yeah, it's not good here.
No.
It's not as bad. Yeah.
It's comparable to Italy, and Italian roads are awful.
Yeah,
Well-
there's like cobbles and it's like part of the scenery. It's like sort of part of the Italian charm. Ours are just bad.
Yeah.
There's no charm to it.
Yeah.
Fú,
Just
Be fair.
it is. So
most
we
nagyon
have
eltaláltam
Simon
minden
Marshall here,
csúcspontot.
trying to get to
Szinte.
P6 in TCR class. VW
Hát még
on
sok, még
Cupra
4
Action
kör.
Back to the actual race instead of talking about Top Gear.
Ott várom a gumi. Hát most éreztem itt a
Oh
hosszú
my god, they do
csuki-csukiba, hogy a...
they do have a multiple
Nem szabad túl melegíteni, nem fog befordulni. Szimplán.
Realish, respect for that. That is beautiful.
I'm sure.
Oda nektek ilyen gondotok nem
Dark
lesz.
Start searching for the things. Obviously, pretty sure most. Oh yeah, there it is. I just seen it as well. In the chat.
I clapped to that. I clapped to the Fiat multiple.
Nice. Nice looking.
Let me search up. Has the Fiat multiple erased at the end 24? I don't know why, but I have a feeling it has.
Buktam is, az a baj, hogy nem látom a falat. Nem merek úgy
But I
nagyon
don't
szélesen
think-
rámenni.
No matter what modification you did to that car, wouldn't be enough to make it, Dacia quick.
that just. No, it hasn't.
But onto the Dossingerhoer for these two TCR drivers. He's getting closer. He's getting closer, and to the right-hand side, he will go driver to right. As they go down this long old straight over the crest of the hill and dipping back into the slipstream. Matteo will try, see if he can recover any of those lost kilometers an hour. But unable to do so, may have a chance into turn one. Often it's the case, you make a move into Tiergarten around the outside, just as Simon Marshall has done. But if you mess up the following corners, which Marshall hasn't done, that was actually very neat through there, sometimes can land a hand back the other way to the person you've just overtaken. Matteo, though, already fallen back by too many attempts to allow a move into turn one to come off.
Yeah, as we continue, we can just see we're on the GT. We're on with Yannick, Malaika, and Ibrahim Khan. We've got a really good battle for P3 coming up now. However, we are just going to Flugplatz, so this is when the racing slowly stops on the NORDSCHLEIFE and wait till letting a herd and he's got the chance going, alright? So no, we're just going through Flugplatz. If he were in a Fiat multiple, though, he'd have no problem. I've just seen a picture of a GT3 retro. But no, as we continue on, we can see Yannick Malaika currently just trying to keep Ibrahim Khan right behind him in that paid in full GT3 car. Not a bad looking, not bad looking. They're really like it actually.
Yeah, they don't do deposits around here. It's just
JPS.
you need the money. There's the money. Yeah, it's got the black and gold accents. It has wings there on the front, and yeah, actually matches the brake lights almost, because they're not really like that. Looks sort of golden to me. Those brake lights, they're not a proper deep red like you normally see. They're a bit brighter, but yeah, as you say, fighting and hunting down Yannick there in the Falcon Sim Racing car, the two biggest cars on the grid, or at least two biggest GT3 cars, fighting for second and third. And these two have had a very quiet time. In fact, the top three have sort of had a quiet time. Number 7 obviously had the fight with the 147 in the on the first lap and sort of the opening hour. Yeah, 174 is got. Cross that one off your spotter's guide. That is not coming back, unfortunately. But yeah, top three really, apart from that moment at the start, very quiet time of things, and they've pulled up quite the gap to the rest of the field, which is probably why Ibrahim here is wanting to have a bit of a fight. He's got time to spare. He's multiple seconds ahead of P4 and the rest of the field, and you have a bit of fun. Yeah, if you can try and get past P2, he's obviously feeling that he's quicker than the BMW right now. And in the slipstream, both of them create a lot of outwash with the size of the cars, meaning slipstreaming is actually pretty good behind these cars. They do move a lot of air, and actually for there's going to be a move there for the Bentley. See how close he's getting to the back of the BMW, but nowhere to go. Long straight now. We go up to we go up and up the hills forever rising. And a quick section, of course.
Will they try and move down here?
Maybe into the quick left, maybe just after, before we go to the hairpin before the carousel. Maybe if you're left-hander, then down one gear here, dab on the brakes, and it's a very, very commitment corner there. A bit more bravery for the BMW, just about got away with it. Using that little extra meter of tarmac that they give you there on the right-hand side to full effect into the hairpin. Now, as we go up the hill once again, forever climbing on this circuit, as we go into the carousel, in they go and just sort of running it and running and running, and ejected out and ejected a little early there for the BMW. You saw the rears.
Yeah, he's really catching him now, isn't he?
there. Yeah, it was a small mistake there, just exiting the carousel a little too early, but that's just allowed the paid in full Bentley just to reattach himself to the back of the BMW.
BMW is really good looking at.
Nice colours. I like the highlights.
Yeah, it's the highlight that really do it to the Falcon Simulation Cup. Again, a new team to the global endurance modding endurance scene, if you could say so. Yeah. Also, I believe after this race we'll have like at the end of April we have the first round of the Global Endurance Cup, which is going to be a good thing to watch.
Indeed, unfortunately, we were going to have a partnered series with the TGM SimSport. We were going to have an off-season series. It was going to be 5 4-hour races, but unfortunately, that has fallen through. So, in place, of course, we are having the Academy series, which will run a few weeks before the Global Insurance series proper.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
On. You in the Academy?
No, I'm not in the Academy. I'm just driving the Cup series with Ligier LMP3
yes,
as like
okay.
as a bit of a
Cup series is going to be good.
Yeah, I'm driving the Ligier LMP3, which is good fun.
Yeah, lots going on. Forever expanding here.
I'll try and ask my team boss if we're gonna have like a certified chairman commentator on the side of things, so you can always recognize me, guys. Hopefully, I'll be the most popular driver there. You know, I'm looking forward to driving the Ligier, as it's a bit of a. Sadly, the LMP3 class on R Factor 2 is a bit of an underused class, actually. Everyone says,
"Oh, just the Norma," which isn't really a fan favorite.
I think there's gonna be one Norma driving.
I'd drive the Norma. That's a car I've sat in, so I'd drive it over the Ligier. I don't know.
No, I'm driving. I'm using the Ligier, which is good fun. So no, but I think there's one Norma and a bunch of Ligiers, which are happening. And we got a bunch of GT4s. But no, the LMP3, like I said, is hopefully going to be used a bit more. But then obviously, once the season starts, we'll have the Pro-Am Cup, I think, going next to the Global Endurance Series, which is the endurance, which is the full-on endurance, which I will be participating in next season, obviously.
That's what you think.
I hope. No, I've already asked my team if I can do it.
Yeah.
It's good to have people. It's good to have connections.
Hány kör van még vissza?
It doesn't hurt anyone.
Három.
Akkor kövikör végén majd lépek be.
Jó.
On, indeed, in the global endurance world.
Yeah, there's a lot to be excited for. There's also a few inaugural races next season if we can quickly put up the calendar. I think we begin with the
24 Hours of Daytona for the series proper.
I am excited. I love Daytona.
Yeah, that's going to be. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. Hopefully there'll be a bigger.
Az 14-452, nem rossz mondjuk, double stint-tel.
Yeah, I mean, as we're in this, actually no, this
is
carrying on with this battle because this battle is spicy.
He could actually have a move down the inside here now, I think.
Yeah, I think they're certainly looking, and they might have to cause the panel overlap.
He's gone down
the overlap and hasn't worked.
Yeah, good job.
Nicely done. Not often we see a move in the GP section of the track.
Well, you need to do it at the GP section of the track, or
indeed, you are waiting for a while. Exactly. Now there's a good.
We got a yellow sector
move
one.
there.
There's no more yellow in sector one.
No more yellow. Yeah, good move by the Bentley. and
Worst
get
thing
head
is
up
about the
in
yellows
lobby.
is that you don't know where they are. Like, don't know where they are in sector
That's the
ones.
thing, sector, because obviously, if there is a proper incident, Danny will call it out with our 9 sectors. As you saw at the start of the podcast, that track map split up into 9 sectors. Gives you a vague indication.
Befog már
Our
TC,
chapter
az a baj.
2
Kopik a gumi.
have 3 sectors. They're huge.
To be fair, I think in an update, they need to change that.
They do, because if it
Studio
says sector 2,
397, there's like,
yeah.
there's like 3 tracks where they need to do, there's like a few tracks though.
Le Mans
Well,
as
2.
well.
Yeah, Le Mans. That's really it though.
Yeah, just the main big ones, because if, yeah, it says yellow in sector 2. Sector 2 is huge. Like, it could be anywhere. That's 2 minutes of driving, maybe a bit more. You know? There's a lot of track there to...
Ooh, 30 seconds stop and go penalty for number
Ouch.
29.
29 being... I will find it, don't worry.
Yeah. You have like them all printed out on a paper.
I do.
It's
But
not,
they're
it's a
double-sided,
P3
so
car. It's the Falcon Sim Racing car in
It
P3.
is.
Eesh, that's like, that's gonna cost them a minute.
Yep. We'll wait for official confirmation as to why that is, but of course,
Well, I'll be
30
able to do it
seconds for a
decisions.
drive-through. For us to know, 30 seconds for the stop and go. There's an entire minute that will pop them out. As we'll wait for those times to
It's
come
here.
up again.
Car 29 already touched the car, the rear of the 777. It's the into turn 13, then tried to overtake, ran the outside of the car to turn 14, where there was absolutely no room to do so because the left of the rear, causing both into the wall. The fact that car 20 did not come off the throttle makes this reckless and avoidable contact. Deem worse than the incident between 36 and 30 and 62. That's a 30-second stop and go. Bit more patience through those sections, please, as instructed in the driver's briefing. I hope that was understandable.
777 being the Iris TCR car.
In the link. In the link,
yes,
I
of course.
very little admire.
Nothing for that. Poor thing. But yeah, an unfortunate penalty for that is a 1 minute penalty basically. As you have the 30-second stop and go, but you do have to add the actual time to get to your box in pit lane to stop, and then of course back out again. You add it all together, it's about a minute. 80 seconds is the gap between the 29 and the 22. It will lose that in a second.
Ezek a laggok hihetetlenek. Hoppá, előttünk meg stop and go-t kapott valaki.
After that stop.
29-es az a harmadik, azt hiszem.
Well, no, it's not only 30 seconds though. It's
30 seconds stop and go.
It's a minute, yeah. 60 seconds or so, really. But
You
you
could
are
lose
losing
it to the
2
teacher.
positions.
Hello.
By the way, drivers, if
Hello.
you want an interview, by the way, we're happy to do it. Also, as there's not real a battle,
Hamarabb hazaértem,
this
egy
one is
pár
not
órával,
any
úgyhogy
overtake.
már itt vagyok
Shall we go
végül.
more into the history? Because I'd like to talk about the
Az
carousel.
nice.
History time. You've got 10 minutes to talk about history. Go.
Yes, good. I'll probably spend that. So, have you ever wondered why the carousel is so much different compared to others? Because you could probably think, oh, it could just be paved and be a bit more flatter, just be a bit more boring. Well, the reason is that what it probably previously was a ditch, which just never got fixed. So it's a bit of one of those corners, as we're through it right now, thank you, Naomi, that just didn't get changed much over the years. It's just stayed so iconic that it just hasn't changed. I guess that's with the second carousel, that's a bit more confusing though. The second carousel is an awful corner though, just so awkward.
It is, isn't it? It's like what's the point? Like, either do the carousel again, or just have it a normal course.
Yeah, I agree. Just if they could just replace the second carousel with the first carousel, or just straighten that a bit more, that would be fine. But I know that not. It would help just pave it over it.
There's no need to have that half carousel there on the inside. It just makes lapping cars harder.
Yeah, so also something I think I quite like on the Nürburgring is all the graffiti painted on.
True, graffiti is good.
Upsi.
It's a bit of one of those
You can see about that on the track now, where rF2 has...
A gumik már most kezdik magukat megadni.
Scanned it all in.
You know? Yeah, it's scanned in.
Hány köröd van
Obviously,
még?
the writings
Kettő.
change pretty much monthly, if not yearly.
Hát kibírom.
Sometimes they get washed away, and every Nurbo 24 new paints arrives, new graffiti, and it will go and it'll come back and...
I mean, usually, and every now and then you'll get a non-PG thing drawn.
Csak már halálomon vagyok.
Who was it? Aldi? Or someone? I think last year did their team photo, and it was right in front of a non-PG thing. It was great.
Oh, great.
I don't know if that's intentional, but it was quite something. Yeah, battles then around the field is mainly in GT3, then 4th and 5th, fighting.
It's not far between Francisco Gonzalez and Janos Braxor.
Egy cut.
Not at all. They've just been sort of.
Okay.
Seems like Francisco's just been.
Előtte lévő BMW kapott egy 30 szekes stop and go.
Doing 1/6 of the race or 212s or 424s or 848s. What else is there? I'm thinking through. I'm thinking. What 848s? 16. Oh, drive-through penalty for the car 66. I do not know which car that is.
That is the Volante Racing McLaren GT3. Alessio Netto's car, which is a driver everyone should know if you've watched the this channel before, the Global Endurance series.
I really should know that.
Acme Motorsports driver car.
Ah, all right.
From last year.
But no.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. There's a drive-through for the 66.
As we see, the race for cat car. Just ooh, there's quite a long yellow sector 1.
There is 66 car already into the pits for that penalty. Well, maybe it's for the penalty. They might actually be doing service because that would be very, very quick.
Yeah, it is around their pit time. The thing
Maybe
is, they have to go a bit later, but I doubt it.
We'll have to wait and see. Just half a second then. There's going to be a chance then for the race for cat car to go up into P4. That'll turn into the podium after the penalty for the 29.
Rájöhetsz is szerintem.
When they do that, you have 3 laps to do it.
Okay, amíg tölt, addig mindjárt jövök.
Quite long, so it could take up to 20 minutes for someone to serve a penalty here, which is you can't forget about it after 20 minutes. I mean, you wonder why they've dropped down the order. But unlike normal racing, gap though did sort of increase around that long right-hander. But you can see
I'm actually a bit surprised about what we haven't seen. You know how we saw
basszus, milyen forgalom jön.
But nowadays it's probably the one like snap it.
They'll move over,
yeah, they just snake. I'm surprised we haven't seen.
We saw it with the TCRs once. That was like an hour ago. Good on the brakes there from Francisco, but yeah, that's maybe just something they're not thinking about. Is doing, as you say, the snake where they'll go from left to right to left again. It helps if they do it in the real world. There's obviously a reason for it, and slipstream in rF2, depending on the car for GT3s, if you're within a second, really, you're going to be getting a little bit of a benefit. Obviously, the closer you are, the bigger the benefit becomes. Unable to make a move there, Francisco into turn 1. Got very close to the back of the Arnage competition car. Nowhere for him to go. I feel like the flames are more than usual than other games. Not sure what that's about, but they're coming up to a Cupra TCR car. That's going to be close for them, maybe with the Schumacher S. That's going to be something. I mean, especially Toby's, as a GT3 driver, you see a TCR or a GT4. Does your heart sink? You're like, oh no, not again, not here, come on.
I mean, if you're bored and alone on the track, then no, then you're excited because it means you can do a little bit of racing for 2 seconds, then you're gone. But no, it depends if I'm catching someone I'm completely focused, then yes. Then it just goes, oh, no. Like, well, that just reminds me of that Into the Barrier meme where he just goes, oh no.
Oh no. Good old Scott.
Yeah, that's a really well done. That's a really good impression.
I'm British, I can do it. But exactly, if you're locked in a battle like this, that's the last thing you want. Is to catch a bit of traffic in the wrong place. Francisco, Tranquilo. Oh wait, no, it's Catalan. I don't know any Catalan. It's a shame. But yeah, certainly putting on the pressure there. 22 car though. Janos is holding their ground very well. I haven't seen any mistakes from them yet. I do believe that it's kind of clear to see that the 88 car is quicker in this current state, but 22 putting up a solid defense. 3 minutes to go until we are 4 hours into the race. Time is ticking by relatively quickly, actually. It's actually going quite quickly for me. I don't know about you. But,
well, I mean, I'm driving soon, so it's been...
Yes, you're driving. It's going to go very slow. You're going to be like, get me out of here.
No, I like driving, so it actually goes quite quick. But after this, my plan is just quickly get something to eat, get prepared, because I'm in at, like, I think 6 CEST. Which means that I think I got a triple or double stint, I don't know. So it depends if we're... Depends. But no,
there we go. Currently, the 97 TGM car in the pits is, I think, the higher placed of the two, and of course the 174 of DNF is the only car that we've lost. This took 4 hours to lose one car, which isn't too bad. A warning for the 44 car, forcing the driver off the track. Probably just some hard racing there between the two cars. The 44 is the SCT Esports GT4 Porsche. I'm sure they're just having a fun time, having a good battle. I think the last time we saw them with the GRG car, whether or not that situation is the same or not, yet to be seen. But we are just looking at this McLaren battle for GT3, currently 4th and 5th, still waiting on the penalty from the 29 car.
We're really coming to the end. We're really coming to the first 6 being done, or if you're like me, you're probably thinking the second 12th, the third, the 4th 24th. I'm gonna go through this all again because I'm a bit annoying. The third 18th, I believe it is. Yes, it is, because 693 is 18. So if we go the 8th 48th, I think. The 16th 96th. I'll do one more.
Mária Magdolna.
The 32nd 192nd. There we go.
Well, those are numbers that I'm sure will stay in everyone's mind for the next 10 minutes until we forget.
We've also done about like 18.88888888 in basically.
Wonderful. Well,
but
yeah, we'll stay with this battle just for a little bit longer. If there's anything else that's gonna catch anyone's eye, but it is the first 4 hours done. It is whatever fractions were just said there done. It is the end of the first stint for commentary.
Yeah, I've also received a warning from Naomi to stop it.
Get out of here. We want new people.
Every hour I'll just I'll message Jen if I can, and I will message Jen in like the final quarter, just writing incredibly stupid fractions.
Incredibly stupid fractions.
But, well, it is. We are coming up to the 4th 24th. In fact, we have passed it 10 seconds afterwards.
Past the 4th 24th, and on that note, you will see Tobias in a car at some point.
Yeah, I think at like 6.
Driving around. He'll be in the 87 Team Iris car. Is the 720 S McLaren.
Yeah.
And I'll be back in 4 hours.
Anyway, yeah, just want to say thanks for having me on for 4 hours of listening to me talk about whatever comes to my mind and about the NORDSCHLEIFE. Hopefully, we've got Neil, who's somewhat German, I'd say. Hopefully, he can continue when I start trying and can continue that Germanism and the fractions as he said he can.
And the fractions, yeah, sweet fractions and German. You'll be in safe hands then for the next 4 hours. But we'll take a short break just to rotate the crews, and when we come back, we'll have Neil Heatley and Tom Dillon. But until then, watch the on-track action, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Úristen, na még egy kör.
Mögötted kijött a...
Nem.
88-as.
Még előttem van. De most jött ki. Én ahogy látom a izén delta. Hogy verje? De nem. 1.20-ra van, az nem... Akkor nem értem. Pedig pörög vissza. Különbség. Hú, gyerekek, na még egy kört. Ki kell hajrázni.
Fárasztó.
Hát, ha kiteszteltem volna a double stintet, akkor talán jobban bírnám. De most büszke leszek magamra, ha ez a kör jó lesz. Figyelj, 13-as kör. 50-es gumin. Én azt gondolom, hogy...
Az azért tök jó.
Jó, igen ám, csak quali boostba vagyok. Én 16 litereket eszegetünk. Jó, 15.88, de hát muszáj nyomni most. Majd a Dennis visszahozza.
Ja.
Akkor lágy, ugye?
Igen.
Azt oda betöttem.
Az visszes volt.
Aztán jön itt a Speedy mögöttem. Hát fej volt neki. Mentem utána. Az a baj, már nincs tapadásom, semmi.
Was Tobias gesagt hat, ist richtig. Hallo und willkommen am Nürburgring. Das 24-Stunden-Rennen ist jetzt 4 Stunden alt und es gibt noch viele Überraschungen. My name is Neil Heatley and alongside me is Tom Dillon, and welcome at least to this section of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and at least the first section of this race has been very fun. We still have the number 7 Team Iris car in the lead of the race by only about 13-15 seconds at this point.
Well, I'm glad I didn't say 9 to be taking the intro, Neil, as I can see what you had planned there. But very excited for the next 4 hours of this race. We've just come up to 25 minutes to 4 o'clock here in the UK. And of course, we're 4 hours and 10 minutes into this race. It is the number 7 Team Iris that leads in class, of course, and then the 71 Waving Arms car is bossing the field in TCR with 287 Bros Racing in GT4. And, well, no major dramas from what I've seen catching the stream idly so far. A couple of teams having a few minor issues, a couple of teams out of the race, but in terms of cars flipping in the air and absurd NORDSCHLEIFE classes like that, I think we're pretty good right now.
Yeah, very good right now, as you said, having a look there at Janis Brazak in the Arnage competition car, only 2.5-3 seconds ahead of Francisco Gonzalez in the race for Cat. Motorsport cars are coming round the carousel.
And, yes, the carousel, of course, one of the corners that you have to manage in the real-life Nürburgring 24 hours. Of course, the suspension isn't a huge fan of that. Thankfully, there's no modelling of suspension damage and things.
Message to car 72, please adhere to blue flags. Car 72, blue flags.
I was looking on Dark Sky. I actually have the weather forecast. I was going to say that it was going to be raining in 30 minutes, but then I realised I was looking at the London forecast, but it actually looks like it's going to be dry throughout the rest of today.
My goodness.
There is, although keep that in mind, that doesn't take into account snow, I don't think. So of course, if we do have any snow, the weather station will ping that as rain.
Yeah, I'm currently about 550 kilometers away in Munich, and I look behind me through the window, and it's still snowing quite a lot. There's about 10 centimeters of snow at the moment. So quite a bit.
And we've got absolutely no wet weather on the track right now. It's completely dry, 20 degrees ambient temperature, and well, I think that's nice and cool as we see Giuliani Scalvani in the Waving Arms car, and these are bossing the field. They're ahead of some GT4 cars, and well,
47 lett a gumi. Akkor TC1, ugye?
Igen.
És ABS?
8.
Jó volt nekem is a 8 végig. Meg is áll, meg nem dolgozik túl.
Fantastic. I shall write that.
Jó van, kikértem a boxot.
Akkor
lágy, full tank. Te, jó, be vagy állítva, oké.
In fact, on when we do switch to the multi-class standings as a little bit of an overview, you'll actually see that thanks to this car, the TCR cars are displayed as the faster class to the GT4 cars, which I think is incredible. I'm not sure how they managed to get that much pace together and that car set up so nicely.
Laci, te megpróbálj meg 8 kört menni.
Ja, megpróbálok, csak akkor nem fogok gyorsan menni. De majd megnézem, hogy itt hogy fog menni.
Részmódba menj, meg majd nem tudom. Melyik első körben részmódban mennyit fogyasztol? De úgyis, keveset szoktál fogyasztani.
Mixture-t azt majd vedd vissza, meg valim hagytam.
Oké.
Hú, mi volt ez? Azt a szentségit.
Ez szép volt, gratulálok.
Szép volt.
Köszi. Ja, ezt most éreztem, hogy kihoztam a maximumot. Egy cut volt, de azon kívül végig fine volt. Na, hát ez lesz akkor az esti programom, akkor ha nem esik, remélem, akkor ezt megcsinálom még egyszer, és akkor nektek jó lesz majd hajnalba. Úristen!
Ők kimaradtak még egy körre.
Because remember, the drivers as well have to manage their engines and things. They're not so bad in the GT3 cars. It's more of a concern when you get into prototype racing in rFactor 2. But the engines can go on you quite quite easily towards the sort of early morning stints. That's a concern. Particularly in the cars.
Azt még megvárom, remélem nem hajtottam gyorsan, de nem. Meg szerintem talán túl óvatos is voltam.
To see how far those engines can go.
Minden jó.
Okay. Ezt nem értem, de a motek meg fővette. Ó, hogy rohadjon meg. Mondjuk nem baj. Majd kikapcsolom a kövire.
I think they certainly hit that 6th gear limiter, and down the Duttinger Heu as well, just to make that left-handed kick towards the end. They're also hitting the limiter at that point, and of course, whenever you hit the limiter, that drastically reduces that engine life.
And it does, and this is why I always say in a 24-hour race, you've just got to relax, and you can't really push. I mean, there are certain stages in the race where you want to go a little bit more aggressively, but most of the time you want to be holding back, sort of going 80% pace, just relaxing, making sure that you get through your stints. And look at this. This is Valentin Iliev trying to get past one of the TCR cars, and that again is so difficult. And Dennis FFM in the chat says the GT4 is indestructible. This includes the engine. I assume you're being ever so slightly hyperbolic, but we'll take it from you that the engine is pretty good.
Szerintem igen.
And I suppose then for the GT4 cars, they can have a bit more fun with it.
Yeah, GT4s can have a little bit more fun. But having a look at Kasparich in that Volante racing car, 11th place overall. And coming down the hill here, what point this
No, akkor ezen túl kötelező, vagy neki is.
No, they're turning left now. Well, everything kind of merges together at this point in the circuit, isn't it? Are they just getting too close to tower? I think the carousel. Oh no, I think carousel should be next. Maybe.
It's no, I think they're going through that first hairpin at the end of sector 1. I don't know what corner names there with the Nürburgring.
I think corners. They just came around Arnage. This is
going through into the chicane.
And now they are now for chicane, yeah.
And Dennis FFM actually saying they tested it yesterday, so we'll take your word for it. And if we see any GT4 cars having engines blowing up, then we'll blame you.
Yep, you in particular.
So you stuck your head above the parapet there, and well, we continue on with the Volante racing car. In fact, we switched to Daniel Ersling in 6th position for Pros Racing, and again, they're pretty much in no man's land. 24 seconds to 5th position, which is the number 23 Arnage competition car. And well, perhaps they'll feel like they can chase down this gap a little bit. I know he said you don't want to be looking at the clock particularly too much, but if you have got someone that's within touching distance, maybe this is one of the opportunities that you take to say, all right, we'll go a little bit more aggressively, just see if we can reel them in over the course of a couple of stints or so. Of course, the stints in GT3 being about an hour long. So if you can, over the next 2-3 hours, try and get that gap down just little by little, perhaps they can make an overtake there.
It's kind of constant with GT cars, isn't it? It really doesn't matter what track they're on. It's an hour stint. But yes, as you said, Daniel Ersling in that Bros racing car coming down the hill. Well, again, coming down the hill. There's many. Essentially, once you pass Heusinkveld, just after the carousel, it's downhill all the way towards the end of the circuit, the GT circuit, indeed, the Dunlop hairpin. Right at the very bottom of the hill, but coming through Schwedenkreuz, and now Arnberg for that Ferrari GT3. Accelerating hard and underneath the bridge, then diving downhill towards the Foxglove. But having this Bros racing car, how much time? I believe we're about 25 seconds behind the 22 Arnage Competition car as it stands.
And yes, 25 seconds on the dot, almost. It's not until you really see the lap times that you can be concerned with that gap. Obviously, the live delta is going to ebb and flow just as you get through different parts of the circuit. It's a very twisty and turny circuit, the NORDSCHLEIFE by nature. It's had 171 turns, or 170. It sort of it varies depending on which source you check at. And one of the interesting things I'm actually looking at is the tyre strategy. Of course, because of the wet qualifying yesterday, it is 80 tyres for GT3 off the top of my head, and 52 tyres for GT4 and TCR, which means the GT3 cars are actually mostly running on the soft tyres, with the 87 Team Iris being the only car I can see. Oh, there's a bit of contact there actually between the two GT3s.
Yeah, coming through the climbing carousel there, I believe. But yes, that was definitely contact between those two cars as Barbosa went to break for the climbing carousel.
Jani, a következő két stintetbe próbálj majd meg 2x8 kört menni. Mert most a végénél pont úgy vagyunk, hogy az utolsó stint az pont kijön teljesre. Ha mindig 8 köröket megyünk.
Jó. Csak akkor... Szerintem ott olyan 8-14-8-15-ös körök lesznek akkor viszont.
Hát szerintem nem akkora nagyból.
Jó. Valahogy nem tudom miért nem sikerült jó fogyasztanom, pedig 7002-nél ellátogattam. Jó, shiftelgettem is kicsit, de hát, hogy nem kéne az egyest használni.
Over the hill, they're breaking hard for this left-hander. And then coming to Bunchen now, that is Bunchen. You've got to make sure, because Vipperman and Bunchen look very similar. Bunchen is known as the YouTube corner, because there's a car park just there behind Bunchen. And you often get, particularly the VLN races, well, it's not called the VLN, it's NLS now, I think. But it's essentially at these races, there's you get big crowd there. Well, it's known as YouTuber corner because you see a lot of crash compilations from the Nürburgring there at Bunchen. Over Flansgarten 1 there, you could definitely see, I think all 4 tyres took off in that Ferrari.
And that does happen. And of course that YouTube corner as well, it's where you see all of the idiots showing off their drifts in Tristanfargen in their fancy cars. That it's always particularly funny when you see people drifting into a very costly crash. Obviously only when people are okay. We've seen a few funny crashes at that corner, and of course, if you run off the road.
Tehát most hoztunk időt, nem? Valamennyit.
Most fognak pitelni. Még nem tudom.
If you do run off the road, you have to pay for it.
Yeah,
ez is jó, hogyha tartottam. És akkor egy gumiszette több van.
Of course, many auto insurance providers won't cover any crashes in Nürburgring either.
The world's most expensive toll road.
Well, if you see the top three GT3s
Jó sokszor mutattak, most nézem.
Into that off sequence.
Durtam neki, ahogy tudtam.
GT3 cars, and in fact the Iris has gone onto medium tyres, so perhaps they're using the number 87, which is also McLaren, to sort of demo the tyres and which ones are good and which ones aren't. So obviously, working for the 87, so the Team Iris number 7 now, are going to also go onto medium tyres, perhaps for a triple stint, I'd suggest. And 3 hours on one set of tyre is no mean feat. We'll see what the paid in full and the race for Cat car, what they put on. Paid in full go for the softs. The number 29 is also into the pits. And, well, that could be quite a big shift in strategy in this race with those tyres set. Of course, they didn't use any in qualifying, which means that they have a lot of room to play with in this race, and it is a little bit off sequence. You'd expect them in on the hour, but of course we've got 40 minutes until the hour. We're closer to the end of the last hour.
Ah, yeah, so did they...
Én voltam közepesen csak. Mutatta a gumikat.
I know it's only half an hour ago, but I'm wondering if they just managed to extend a couple of stints by a lap or so. But here we come to Miles coming onto the NORDSCHLEIFE now, and coming through Sabine Schmidt's Cove now, this left turn has been renamed.
And of course, if you do pit around the NORDSCHLEIFE, it can be quite... Say for instance, you've got a normal track where you have just 0.2 litres less to do a lap. So you have to come in a lap early, for example. Normally that would lose you about 3 minutes at most. Say for instance, a track
like negyedikük most közepes tettek fel a részforkát.
A little bit early, a lap early, then you only lose 2 or 3 minutes. But around this circuit, of course, if you just don't have quite enough fuel to go back round, you're going to lose a whole 10 minutes of your fuel stint.
Yeah, a whole 10 minutes of your fuel stint, which is, well, a very, very large amount of time. But of course you can, if you suddenly realise you're running out of fuel, you've missed the pitch, you can actually loop back round the hairpin at the very end of the Grand Prix track. and essentially lose the time around the Grand Prix circuit, but of course that is a lot less time than you lose if you had to fuel save all the way around the NORDSCHLEIFE then.
And that's actually an interesting thing that is pretty unique to rFactor 2 in terms of the world of sim racing, because in a normal in a normal game like Automobilistic 2 or rFactor 1,
Ja, nem,
actually
Laci,
don't count
hallom.
as a lap and you'd end up getting disqualified.
Azok vagyunk, igen.
Because in rFactor 2,
Köszönjük.
no such cut is possible.
Mondták is a
Your lap
kezdőtítésben.
doesn't count, which means you
Mennyit
qualify
veszünk?
for full out lap, but of course you could do a lot of fuel saving than normal. As our broadcast director actually told us that Iris are going almost a lap longer than most of the field, which is very interesting indeed.
Yeah, a lap longer than the rest of the field, which, well, because as you said, 10 minutes is a long, long time. And it depends how much fuel saving you actually need to do, because you might say that some teams are, say, 5 litres short, just for example, on making another lap. But that means they could say, for example, 1 litre over the other laps of the stint. That gets them to the end, but of course that means you have to constantly fuel saving, constantly looking at that fuel number in order to make that extra lap.
Is Joseph Herlock in the Realish Racing GT4 Porsche? I mean, all of the GT4s are Porsches. And here's a good overview, actually, on the entire field and their fuel stints. A lot of the people in the bottom 10 are actually running on the hard tyres, which I find quite interesting. Oh, Herlock! Almost into the wall, has a huge slide. He's just able to hang on to the car. And, well, that was certainly a Code Brown moment for Joseph Herlock.
Yep, Code Brown.
Primary one there.
Yeah, big Code Brown moment, as you said, for Herlock, and the heart and mouth moment for that 155 car. Oh no, sorry, it's the 69 then, the GT4, isn't it? The 145 is the TCR car. But yes, coming down the hills once again, and many through Heusinkveld and down towards Arnage. Now comes Laszlo Santo in that Arnage Competition McLaren GT3, currently 3rd place in class.
And, well, Laszlo Santo driving very, very well so far. 70 seconds to the next car. 3rd in class, 3rd overall right now. Of course, the GT3 field pretty much head and shoulders above the rest. On soft tyres, so they are slightly out of sequence with the Iris car that's in the lead of this race, which means this is one of those stints that perhaps I feel they can go a little bit more aggressive, knowing that they're going to have that pace naturally over the Iris car. And of course, they've now got to compensate for the time that they're going to lose in the pit stop, because they'll have to pit the tyres earlier than the Iris car.
Yeah. Again, it's exactly what you said with this timing and what they need to do in order to make that extra lap. And of course, as you said, the GT3s get 80 sets of tyres, which means they need to double stint some sets of tyres. And the question is, when in the race do they decide to double stint those tyres?
I'd say early on in the race is a good time to do all of your conserving, because obviously you don't want to get to 4 in the morning and you're 2 laps down and you've gone too aggressive and you don't have any chance to make up the time. Of course, the temperature is going to drop as we get into the evening stints later on. In a couple of hours' time, as we get to sort of 7, 8 o'clock, you're going to start to see the sun dip, the temperature's going to go down slightly, the tyres are going to be a lot faster. So I'd say this is the best time of ever to start double stinting.
Yeah, and as you said, it's when the temperature starts to drop, is when you get a little bit less wear on these tyres, and it's certainly when you are able to conserve a little bit more rubber on those very, very, hopefully round black tyres, depending on how many flat spots you've had.
And flat spots are quite easy around this circuit, I imagine. Maybe not the GT3 cars, which have ABS, and I don't actually know what the assists are for the GT4 cars. I know the TCR cars also have ABS, but the GT4s apparently also have full assists. So one of the skills we always told with driving GT cars, you've got to drive around the assists. So a lot of the teams won't be running ABS like you'd have on a controller in the Formula 1 game, where you can just fully press the pedal to the floor. But of course, they can still flat spot the tyres, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, especially with full assist, trust me, I've managed to lock up all 4 tyres even with ABS on, and it's rather incredible the amount of sim racing shall we say finesse that I have. But coming around the carousel here, and this is a race for Cat Car. That's past the Falcon Sim race. If my memory serves me correctly, I think that race for Cat Car was in 5th place before.
This was the car that we said was chasing down, didn't we? No, that was 6th in class. So yes, there has been a position change there in GT3, and yes, I suspected that the Falcon had been, and it's just been confirmed in our ear that they did in fact come into the pits. So that's what's happening here. We've got a little bit of on-track action though, so I guess even though it is because of the pit stops, we can take that as we may.
Yeah, we can take that as we may, and then coming down the hill. This is Winston, YouTuber's Corner, as we said, but look how close that BMW is certainly closing in on that McLaren. Coming through Brunchen, we're going to be coming through Flansgarden now. Essentially, it's going to be blind as they come over the jump at Flansgarden 1.
And, well, they're so close to each other, you don't really want to be battling on this part of the NORDSCHLEIFE. You kind of want to be...
Okay, yeah.
Jaj, most nézem mutatták a izét, hogy betettem. Igazából nekem csúszott. Úgyhogy nem para. Nem is sérült kocsi tőle, úgyhogy... Szép volt, pont a González kamerájából mutatták.
Yeah, again, as you said, but the thing is, when it comes to these jumps, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure how the physics work in R Factor, but I'm just wondering if you're that close to another car and you come to a jump like you do at Flansgarden 1, like you do at Spongebogen, how much of an effect does that have on the car behind when you're that close, particularly in the slipstream, when you're essentially flying?
So here we go, onto the back straight now, the Dottinger Hull. I apologise for my atrocious German pronunciation, as the Falcon Sim Racing car pulls to the outside, and I imagine Alexander Rore is just going to let this one go through, because there's no point really battling at this stage of a 24-hour race. We know that because of the dirty air that they were experiencing in GT Challenge, the official R Factor 2 GT3 league, we know that they've turned down the tow and the dirty air in those GT3 cars quite dramatically. In fact, Robert Strachan said in the YouTube chat, he said they turned it off completely, but I think we've got enough evidence purely down that back straight to say it's not been turned off completely, just clearly a little bit weaker. And well, I imagine that a Falcon Sim Racing car could be on new tyres, given how much acceleration Matthias Mus has had away from Alexandra in the race for Cat Car.
Yeah, as you said, that race for Cat Car, that red and yellow McLaren GT3 coming through the shortcut that bypasses the arena section on the Grand Prix track. They're coming through the left and right, diving down the hill towards the lowest point in the circuit, the Dunlop hairpin. Also, these cars have got their headlights on there, haven't they? Unless my eyes deceive me.
Yes, the regulation, I was reading them yesterday, it says that you have to have your headlights on in every single official session, purely because otherwise you have issues where the game gives you about 3 seconds to turn on your headlights when it gets dark enough. So most leagues nowadays just say, right, just have your headlights on throughout the entire race, just to make it easier for everyone.
Yeah, and as you said, it also makes perhaps makes it a little bit more interesting when the cars behind start to flash their lights, because suddenly you lose a lot of your own light, if especially, for example, if you're battling for someone else in class, or these GT3s are coming to up to lap a GT4 or a TCR. But that McLaren certainly appears to be not as strong through the Grand Prix section, doesn't it?
And yes, and to be fair, you want to be setting up your car for the NORDSCHLEIFE. Oh, that's a huge slide. And perhaps that guy's just a little bit older on the race for Cat's car. But you want to be setting up mostly for the NORDSCHLEIFE. You can afford to lose a little bit on the Grand Prix section because of how huge this NORDSCHLEIFE is. Here is the TGM Simsport BMW. I say the BMW like there's only one. There's multiple TGM Simsport BMWs. Yes. But coming up to lap a GT4 car. Donut Prodan in chat is saying, what I can gather is saying a little bit about the blue front nose damage that you can get in R Factor 2. And this is something that happens in 24-hour racing quite a lot. Endurance racing is a whole other 24-hour racing. And that's where you get a little bit of blue nose damage just displayed on your dash. And sometimes you can fix it, sometimes you can't. It only loses you 1 kilometre an hour or so on the straight, so there's really no point. And it's something really interesting that you have to watch out for, because if you see a car that perhaps got a little bit of a crumpled nose, it's probably not much to worry about. They probably won't actually come in and get it repaired.
Yeah, and again, as you said, it just depends on how much of a gap you have to essentially cars around you, whether you decide to actually take that, well, at least try and repair that damage, or at least deal with it for maybe another couple of stints until you're out of that danger zone where you can get past in the pit stop phase.
Yes, absolutely. And we see actually
Ádám, mikor van a következő nekem?
taken by a GT3, isn't it? It's one of the Corvettes. Through nice and easy. The Volante racing car, 20th overall. That's second in class, would you believe it? And that's technically a move for position, even though it's a little bit of an unfair position.
Jó, akkor fél 9-re visszajövök.
Oksa.
Elmegyek én is pihenni.
Says, hi everyone, it was a
Na hajrá addig is.
It's a shame that the rookie monster's been
Köszi.
Cső.
Ciao.
User disconnected from your channel.
47.
I believe it could well be. This is true.
They took not pole position in. I know they qualified quite well, didn't they? They qualified in the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Rookie Monsters also taking pole position in in GT4, wasn't it? Rookie Monsters took pole position. Where are they now? I might be going mad. I could have sworn that Rookie Monsters took a pole position.
This is the thing. I like. Obviously, we've got the live timing up. This is the thing when you've got the TCR cars essentially mixing up with the GT4s. The classes aren't particularly defined, so you've always got to remember which car's a GT4 or which car's a TCR.
Yes, because I might be going mad, but I could have sworn that there was a Rookie Monsters on pole position. And I want to say it was a number 37. I have to go back and watch qualifying. I pretty much went to bed straight after qualifying, so I guess I've slept since then. So that's my mistake.
How dare you?
It was the 37 had a technical issue, actually. I'm being reminded. And that was the double disconnects, wasn't it? And they are back in the race now. It's just feeling pretty sore for their money.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't think it was pole position. I think it was second or third. I remember they had a pretty good qualifying, regardless. Now for me to try and sift through the official results, if I can find them. No, I can't. I don't know what channel
Incredible.
they're in on the Discord.
Beautiful.
So we'll put that to rest right now and just pretend this conversation never happened. But we continue on with Laszlo Santo is being pressured by one of the BMWs. I don't think this is for position. Could be actually. That BMW is in 4th in class, isn't it? I think because it's the Falcon car that we just saw being over. It is for position. It wasn't the Arnage car that they were battling. It was the race for Cat, wasn't it? So they've actually made up 2 positions. Or they're going to make up 2.
Drivers, be aware, there is a car with significant suspension damage coming up to Schwabenschwanz and Kleines Karussell. So that is sector 6.
Perhaps the other GTs,
Sector 7, sorry.
Which we know is a McLaren, they're a large competition. You can see here as McLaren. Perhaps all the McLarens take to double stint at this point of the race.
Car stationary into Schwabenschwanz.
The difference between old tires, well, I say old tires, our old tires on the NORDSCHLEIFE and the new tires, this Falcon sim racing car certainly is closing up, coming.
All clear. Track is clear.
And then heading down the hill, and we'll eventually come to Flanstad.
Danny McKenna there.
Falcon sim racing. Let's see how this, how Matthias Moos deals with the jump coming up to Flanskaten 1 here when he's that close behind the rear wing of the Arnage Competition over the jump there and doesn't make a move coming to the ice back in that right hander.
We have got a giveaway to do once this battle calms down. And we'll let it calm down, then we'll do it in a moment. But you can have yourself a chance of winning the wonderful Tommy 78 TCR mod.
Indeed.
The only requirement is that you don't have any roles in the Discord server, as you already have access to the mod. But we'll get to that in a moment. These two come up to the end of the NORDSCHLEIFE, and we'll be having a right old battle down this big straight.
Yeah, coming down towards the dotting arrow, just the right hand, just before getting onto the straight stuff, a long right hand, a Galgenkopf, before we get onto the dotting arrow. Oh, and this is the best part, about 1.5 kilometers long, isn't it? And the onboard with Tasmus, and this BMW closing. You see the speed building there on the tachometer on the bottom right there, 260 kilometers an hour. Moves to the right hand side, which is of course the outside for the kink, right at the end, coming in down towards Tiergarten, coming up underneath the bridge, just coming over these Ryzen and Tony's Buche. But yes, coming down towards the Tiergarten chicane now. It appears that BMW has a position. Can the McLaren actually claw back and come side by side as they come towards the chicane?
Perhaps he's going to try it, I think. Or if I were him, I would just sort of sit behind and let the BMW get away with it.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no point losing even more time and battling. So the BMW probably pretty safe and has this lead now.
Yes.
Into third position. Falcon Sim Racing having a very good drive indeed. But let's get on to the giveaway then, I suppose.
Indeed.
And, it's a trivia question. It was supposed to happen at 4 PM CEST, but a very exciting race that Tobias and Dom were unable to do it. So we'll do it now, as it's 4 PM BST at least. And your question is, how many LMP1 cars have a global endurance modding released? And if you wish to enter and you haven't got a role on the Discord server, just type your answer in the YouTube chat, and I suppose we'll give you. I mean, how long are we supposed to give them? I guess 15 minutes.
That hasn't been no more than that. That hasn't been decided. Well, we're playing. That's the curse.
Én meg tudom csinálni a 8 kört, csak nagyon lassú leszek.
We'll give you an hour at least, I guess.
Yeah, at least an hour. It'll be fine.
We'll give you an hour. So,
Részlényben mész, vagy részbe?
Részlény.
Endurance modding released. In fact, I'll put it in YouTube chat as well, and just so that you can see that question to refer back to it.
Próbálj meg liften posztolni is sokat, és akkor lehet részbe is meg lehet csinálni.
At this GT3 battle, once again Tasmus and Laszlo Santo in that Arnage competition car, and that BMW appears to just open up that gap ever so slightly up to about 3/4 of a second, threatening to break 1 second soon as they come through the fast NGK chicane at the end of the Grand Prix circuit, and then move onto that left-handed, that deceptively tight left hand there. Because it goes uphill, and I think it's something off camber as well.
And of course, you just it's a complete shift in characteristic of the track as well, because you've just gone from the wide and the grade 1 Grand Prix section up onto the actual NORDSCHLEIFE itself, so it can really catch you off guard if you haven't prepared your car correctly.
Yeah, again, well, it's exactly as you said earlier. You really do want to try and set up your car for the NORDSCHLEIFE. Having a look here, battle for 27 and 28 overall in the TCR. So Lynx versus Hyundai. It's Matteo Tonello versus Neil Tasca, Hex Sim Racing, and Luffield Sim Racing. So just coming over the Flugplatz.
Yep, heading into.
No, that's not Flugplatz.
This is up into the carousel, isn't it, I believe?
It was that coming through Klostertal. Yeah, this is coming up to the carousel now.
I don't even live in Germany, and
I live 550 kilometers away. You can't really.
Germany really that big? I thought it was a lot smaller than that. But anyway, Neil Tasca is in the slipstream and going very, very fast indeed. As Joe Constitis in the YouTube chat says, "Go Iris." So. Feel free to support your favourite team. So I can assure you that the answer to the trivia question is not Go Iris.
Not with that attitude.
No. And Neil Tasca is really pressuring his Hex Sim Racing rival. It's the Hyundai versus, I believe that's the logo of the Link. And I'm going to be honest, I've never heard of that brand before yesterday when I was making my commentary notes. So going along very nicely, and the Link, of course, being the car of choice for TCR for a couple of the teams. I think it's between the Link and the Cupra pretty much, and Neil Tasca doing quite well to hold onto this position for the time being. Matteo Tonello is holding onto the position. So you've got to understand, it's a very long race, a very big field, but Neil Tasca is the one doing the hounding, and 4 tenths behind does seem to be a bit of a theme through all the overtakes that we've seen so far. that it is down that Dottinger Hauer that has the overtakes have been preferred.
Yeah, of course.
Into the air.
Yeah, you can see that coming over Sprunghofer there, and Flansgarden, and then coming down the hill again. I love this rear-facing camera. It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? As they're coming down towards Schwalben-Schwanz will be the next left-hander. You can see Tasca all over the rear wing of Tonello, trying to force Tonello into a mistake.
And a correction, it's actually a Cooper, and takes the wide line through the carousel. And now they're side by side for a moment, and this is one of the most not this one actually, the next corner is one of the most deceptive corners on the track, I find. But they've got a GT3 Aston to come and spoil the party, and this Aston's going to have to do some weaving and getting through. And in fact, this is down onto the Dottinger Hauer, isn't it? It wasn't the carousel, and I think actually Matteo Tonello took the outside line just to make sure that he could get the slipstream. It hasn't quite worked as Neil Tasca pulls to the outside. The Luffield Racing sim racing guy is going to get a little bit of slipstream from the Aston, perhaps. And all of a sudden, we've had a change of position in TCR. What position it is for in class? I can't see exactly. I think it's about 5th or 6th, isn't it? It's towards the rear of the field. It's for 8th and 9th, actually. And well, Neil Tasca is going to hope now that he can sort of drop his opponent.
Yeah, coming through Tiergarten chicane now, you'll get into the final left-hander before coming back onto the Grand Prix circuit. And you see Tonello not deciding to come into the pits this time round, and that gap a little bit more. It's up to a second now, so you can really see how much that slipstream is worth coming down the Dottinger Hauer.
And well, it's worth such Schlotten. Of course, the Dottinger Hauer is the and my German pronunciation is getting worse with every minute, but the it's actually the longest straight that the FIA allows in motor racing, I believe.
Yes, I think it's one of the longest ones, because of course essentially the now mandated, well, the maximum allowed straight by the FIA is essentially the distance between Technical Rouge and the first chicane at Le Mans. But of course the Dottinger Hauer, well, it's the same with the Baku City Street Circuit. Technically, it breaks that length because it's full throttle for more than that length, but it's got a couple of kinks, so therefore it doesn't count as a straight.
Oh, I actually heard that it was the Dottinger Hauer that is literally.
Dottinger Hauer?
It's literally the. It's literally the longest straight that they physically allow in racing. It is, if your straight is longer than that, that's the standard.
Perhaps it's something that I can look up after a commentary stint before I go to bed. We'll see.
I'll start looking it up now. Actually.
Start looking. There we go.
Well,
but yes, here we go, Neil Tasca, and again that gap's up to 2 seconds now, so that Hyundai really does appear to be dropping the link at a great rate of knots. 2 seconds, the gap coming through the fast chicane at the end of the lap. I know Tonello taking interestingly into the fast chicane, turning left a little bit too early. I'm wondering if that might be a track limit ping, but of course Tasca now coming up to the Sabine Schmitz curve. Of course, died sadly earlier this year, and because she was and still is the Queen of the Nürburgring, they've named a corner in her honour. We're having a look now at the battle for second place, and kind of the battle for the lead of the race overall. And Tim Neuendorf in the paid and full car, 41 seconds behind that number 17 Iris leader. It's quite interesting that the paid and full cars on soft tyres, whereas the Team Iris is on medium. So Neuendorf perhaps trying to make up a little bit of time in this stint.
And yes, the Iris car will of course be going much, much longer, and that's going to be a bit of a concern for the Bentley if they can't keep up, because that would mean that they're going to lose even more time. Of course, they're going to have a double stint or triple stint or whatever they're running on those soft tyres at some point in this race, and we'll have to see how that works. Of course, there's a lot of, well, I say a lot, there's a decent amount of prize money up for grabs heading into this race. It's a £100 prize pool per class. It goes 60, 25 and 15, and that's of course paid in euros. You see Chris Gonzalez in the Juices Motorsport Club. So usually when we have these one-off events, there's no championship points up for sale. It's kind of a
for sale. Ah, fantastic! Now we know how to win the championship. Thanks, Danny. Is that what I need to do to make Realish Racing win all 3 championships in the next season of GES?
So it's all this talk about money. I've for some reason gone with up for sale, and then tried to stop myself, and then just committed to it. So, well, that's just the new phrase for it, I guess now. And yes, well, normally there's championship points up for grabs, and that's the word I was looking for. And but of course now it's just money. So we normally say in the one-off races that it doesn't really matter where you finish. But of course, if you finish in the top 3, then not only have you got the pride of putting together such a fantastic drive, but you've also got a little bit of money to boot as well.
Yes, and that could certainly pay for at least a couple of beers. At least a couple. But yes, the Race for Cat car trying to overtake some GT4 traffic coming up to the far chicane and then coming onto the NORDSCHLEIFE. And now GT4 out behind, actually taking quite a wide line coming into the NORDSCHLEIFE. I'm just wondering if they missed their braking point ever so slightly. But this Race for Cat car about 6 seconds behind the Arnage competition number 22, so not that far at all.
The number 22 is falling quite far down the order, actually. Here, this is going to be the second time they've been overtaken in this stint, and I have to say, Team Iris are a Greek team, so imagine if they win, there'll be a lot of beer being purchased, and but we pin you on with Alexandra Aurora, and just trying to eke that gap down. He's on the medium tyres with the number 22 on the soft tyres. So the number 22 is clearly coming to the end of a double stint. We've got about 10 minutes before we'd expect that car into the pits, about 20 minutes before we expect the Iris into the pits. And I'm interested to why Iris are running their tank to the end, actually. If they can go a lap extra, I'm trying to figure out why they would and put them off sequence with the rest of the grid. That can't be good towards the end of the race, surely.
Well, of course, if you do an extra lap, you've got far fewer pit stops to actually make. So, well, if you do roughly a lap extra per stint, what's the GT3 stint around here? About 7, 8 laps? I'll make about 7 laps. If we say 8 laps, that means you can save 3 pit stops over the course of the race, which is a lot of time.
I suppose that's a good point. And if Iris are able to do that, that is maybe a huge advantage then, considering that information. Maybe they've pulled the wool over the eyes of the competition, especially if they're able to start doing these double stints, maybe even a triple stint on the medium tyres. We'll have to see, and that number 17 Iris car is in really good nick to sort of win this race, you'd imagine. Here's Dennis Castillo's Sims, and 4 seconds to second in GT4. That's the number 44 Team FCT Esports car, and well, I think it was the FCT Esport car that actually took pole position in that class yesterday evening. Well, that's the car of Arthur Fouche, isn't it? Because he spoke to him after the session. And the Bros Racing car will be looking to nick that second position away from them and perhaps chase down the GT4 leader of the 77 Iris. With the traffic, though, that might be a little bit difficult. If you see Falcon Sim Racing, it's the BMW, not the Bentley, isn't it? And making the overtake. I don't know if you saw, Neil, the gaps, and not the gaps even, the classes, and who's opted for what car. But the GT3 is a very McLaren heavy class. The Bentley, I believe, though, as I'm pulling up my notes, is the second most populated car. No, the BMW, not the Bentley. So I can't get my words out today. But yeah, the BMW has 3 entries in this race, which is the second most popular GT3.
And then it's the Ferrari, and then the Aston and the Bentley, I believe. Of course, the Bentley being what the 280 km/h country mansion.
It's actually the Ferrari and the Porsche, which are the second most popular, with 2. The third most popular, even with 2 entries, and then it's the Aston, Corvette, and Bentley, all with 1 each.
Yeah, because the Bentley's just so massive. I remember in Automobilista, I believe it was, I did a race with Realish Racing. We did a GT3 World Cup at Macau. And we had this mod pack with a whole range of GT3 cars. I think there was like 12 or 13 different marks to choose from. So myself and my teammate, we thought, oh, what would be most fun? Ginetta GT3. Fantastic. You have no idea how terrifying it is to go round Mandarin only 0.2 of a second behind a Bentley when you're in a Ginetta. It's completely blind. You just have to put faith that the car ahead's chosen the right turn-in point because you're choosing that turn-in point as well.
Let me just double check because I was in a race on an Automobilista actually in a Bentley, I think it was. No, it was a Mercedes I drove an Automobilista, and but it was a very, very fun race, I have to say. Well, you might catch up and be faster than the Bentley, but you definitely aren't overtaking it around.
No. You can't pass it, it's just too physically wide. They're having a look here, a battle between Porsches in the GT4 class, 14th and 15th overall. Nicholas Mail in Team FCT Sport and Dennis Castillo Stems in that Bros racing car, that gap getting a lot closer. And look at that, GT4 is getting a lot more air over Flanskad than the GT3s.
It's such a good feeling to be launched into the air at a corner. It makes you feel really, really quite good. It's just such an experience to just be launched, have all four wheels off of the ground and fighting the force feedback all the way. Dennis Castillo Sims has really caught up quite nicely to the Team FCT eSport car. Remember, the minimum driving time class is 3 hours per car, even it's 3 hours per driver. It's all down into the. Actually, this is going to be back to the Dottinger Haar, isn't it?
Yes, coming to Galgenkopf. Yeah.
This is going to be the move then, I'd imagine. Both
Porsches. That was a big four-wheel slide almost by Castillo Sims coming round Galgenkopf. You could tell he was almost on the edge of losing that car.
Arnage car under a bit of pressure as well, by the looks of it.
Yeah, directly. Oh, going all the way to the grass as well on the left-hand side.
Is that full position? It's not. It's actually, I think that Arnage car is trying to
lap itself. Or lap itself, or lap the other cars.
Yeah, puts a notch a lap up on the Ferrari.
But Castillo Sims has not managed to make up any time at all in Mail coming down Dottinger Haar.
Maybe he's just content with saving a little bit of fuel because, of course,
perhaps they've gone for different gear ratios.
That could be another
Castillo
factor.
Sims physically cannot pass Mail. See, look at that gap pulled up under the Tiergarten chicane.
So unless he's just running a boatload more of downforce on that car, and look, in fact, he's struggling to keep up under the slipstream. We're not getting the overspeed effect we'd expect. Now we are, as they sort of accelerate through the gears, and now down into turn one. He's going to brake as late as he dares, is Dennis Castillo Sims, and then gets the move quite nicely.
But Mail's going to try the cutback, I believe.
Well, he just put the car on the apex.
Yeah.
There's no room for the cutback.
Yeah, Mail tried the cutback here. You see he got very wiggly on power application coming out of turn 2 there, and I really think that ruined his chances.
And the Arnage car has come to spoil the party a little bit, and well, the driver of that Arnage car will really be looking to get past this battle before the NORDSCHLEIFE, because you just want to lose as little time as you can. And, well, the GP layout is the safest place to overtake them.
Yeah. Exactly, it's the widest part of the circuit, and indeed possibly the ones with the safest braking zones, if you like, mainly because you haven't got a kink right before any of the braking zones like you do on the NORDSCHLEIFE itself. But here we go, moving to the left-hand side is that Servo Competizione, trying to pass this GT4 battle, I should say, rather, and just cutting straight up the middle. Oh, GT4 on the outside, come on! I believe in you! GT4 passing the GT3 from the outside. What is this?
That's not a power experiment. Definitely in correct. We'll probably be getting some banter from the teammates about that in a little while. Actually, that's a Race for Cat Motorsport car that's now going to be held up, and it plays on a huge dive bomb on the GT4. And we can't quite see in our picture if he's got past. He has now.
Nice
and of
pass,
course,
yeah.
the Race for Cat Motorsport are just trying to get through.
Is trying to get through, and I believe probably put a lap on another lap on this competition car, won't it? I think it should be, because Race for Cats in what, 5th position. Several competition is in 10th, so it'll be putting this several competition car a lap down. But coming through this very, very squiggly section here, well, I say squiggly, also known as Point Shine, then coming up to the Fiddlebacker Haar, before you get to Flugplatz at the top of the hill, and you maybe get a little bit of air in the GT3 cars coming over Flugplatz.
Flugplatz was actually the sole reason that Tesla had to delay their world record attempts around here a couple of years ago. Because it was they were getting too much air through Flugplatz. They had to call off the attempt and add a bit of downforce to the car.
Again, you probably think about that, particularly Flansgarten 1, because you've got the braking zone for the right-hander directly after you land. So you thought you might get a little bit too much air, but no, Flugplatz is very interesting, actually.
Of course, if you're in the air for too long, that can actually affect your turning into the corner, and it's one of those medium-speed corners that is almost flat in lots of higher downforce cars, and you really don't want to be disturbed heading into a corner like that.
No, especially in all, you can see that TCR car, Skrmenis, going a little bit off track there in this battle for position. Simon Marshall up the inside as they're coming down the hill. So as they're coming down towards Flansgarten 1 there, actually. So a very brave move there by that rookie Monsters VW.
The VW not being a car that's particularly favoured, they are the sole Volkswagen in this race, and it's actually by far the Cupra that is preferred in TCR, 5 Cupras being run. The Hyundai, that being said, also only has a single entry, and it is an Nova Finlandia car. So, well, I suppose it's the battle of the sole entries flying the flags for their respective manufacturers.
Yes, we're looking now at this battle between Hilaria and Pleva now. So as Pleva, that Volante racing car only 2 seconds behind. That's a red competition Ferrari. You can just see that that was indeed Pleva that we're looking at because of the 11 in the top left of the windshield. As we're looking at it, that LED. Oh, it's a 7-section grid, isn't it? 7-section LED board.
So what's that? Is that on the side of the windshield that you're talking about? The window?
Yes, the top left as we're looking, as you look at it from the front, yeah.
Yes, that's a good way actually to gauge what position someone's in, based on if you have got this. Oh, so we've gone to a replay, I think.
Ah, no, we haven't. Oh, I was secretly hoping for the Lance Stroll there.
No?
We've got a sorry from the race director in her ear. Fantastic. But no, whenever I see a replay, I always expect the Lance Stroll to come up. Unexpected Lance.
Yes, same actually. That's one of the funniest.
It's almost like
drivers beware car without a rear wing in Arnage.
Oh, we see Lillian Harriet still trying to fend off the Volante.
At 47, please take care because you have no rear wing.
Is not a great deal around this circuit. That's probably the kind of pace you can make up in a lap quite easily. It's not too
Code 80 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced. Code 80 enforced. We have a car without a rear wing just out of Arnage.
Itt vagy, Ádám?
Aha.
I'll have to double check.
Hallottad, hogy úgy számolt vissza, hogy 6, 4, 5.
I wanted to say 17.
Nem.
I think that's actually a bit
Nem figyeltem, csak azt, hogy Code 80 van.
Let me go.
Tedd le safety car-ba, hatos, minden.
Itt lehet hatosba?
This Code 80 is going to last until this car has reached the Dottinger Höhe.
Yes, that's true. Actually,
Megnézem a szabályzatot, addig menj egyesbe szerintem, de szerintem lehet.
Mit mondtak, hol van ez a kocsi?
Arenberg. Azt tudod, hol van? Flugplatz megvan?
Ja, igen, ott.
Az a 2 jobbos, aztán van a gyors balos, és a közvetlenül utána a féktáv, és az utáni jobbos kanyar.
Igen, igen.
Onnan, mire eljut a Döttingerig?
Álljak ki boxba, meg 2 kör.
Ne.
Jó, oké. Legalább bebiztosítom, hogy végig menjek.
Igen, és lehet még többet is tudsz menni.
Mondjuk most a fogyasztásod meg volt, csak majd a tempómon kéne emelni.
Ask the question one more time. If you aren't driving, or you don't...
Damaged car is in Cullenhardt.
It's the winners cannot have a role on this server. Driver, team manager, race control, stewards, or management. So if you don't have any of that...
Our commentary was not in that list. fantastic.
So, well, yes, but I imagine considering we're technically running the giveaway, it'd be a little bit unfair. But the question...
Rookie Monsters, Porsche, dobta el.
40 minutes to answer is how many LMP1 cars have global endurance modding released?
Tibék amúgy hogy állnak?
GT4-ek között mennek. Hát 17-en. 2 körre a lídertől. De amúgy már a 9. BMW is 1 körre van a lídertől. És ti most a 10. Ferrarit köröztétek le.
Az komoly. Amúgy félreállnia nem akart.
Ja, azt láttam, meg a szélárnyéban nem közeltél, hozott spóroltál?
Igen, egy kicsit.
Oké.
Már rávillogtam, nem nagyon akart elengedni, akkor gondoltam úgyse fog.
Ja. De utána jól feltartották a raceforketet is.
Ja, igen. Úgy vele nagyon azonosan szar tempón van.
Nem baj, az jó lesz, az mondjuk ő most double stintelni fog, úgyhogy ne lepődj meg majd, ha eléd jön ki. De lehet tudsz majd rajta hozni, mert ő kopott gumival lesz.
Okés. Találtál valamit, hogy lehet hatósba menni?
Damaged car, back.
Kipróbálom.
Porsche, Ilko Bussink, I think, well, because it was without a rear wing coming out of Allenberg, it must have been an instant coming to Schadenkreuz, or about that area of the circuit.
And so yes, so just for a little bit of clarification, because
Majd az is jó lesz, hogy hátsó szár nélkül elkezd a Döttinger hőjében felgyorsulni.
The code 80 will be released once this car gets down there.
Hát talán lesz annyi esze, hogy ő nem próbálkozik.
I'd say about 5-6 minutes until the Rookie Monsters car gets to that straight. It could even be 10.
Nem ír semmit, mehetsz hatósba.
Okés.
Yes, painfully slow, isn't it?
So this makes code 80s at Le Mans look quick.
Indeed, well, of course at Le Mans when the safety...
Porsche-val szár nélkül amúgy nagyon szar menni. Ott a minimum szárny az a 6-os. Monza 4-es.
Mondjuk komoly.
I don't know, I have to admit, I don't really follow the Nürburgring endurance.
Oh, boo.
Amúgy úgy, hogy végig az üzemanyaggal vagyok elfoglalva, és azt nézem minden kör végén, így egész hamar megy az idő.
Aha.
Sokkal gyorsabban, mint mondjuk egy Sebringen, a 2 perces egy kör.
Ja.
I hope there's no weather storms predicted for then.
Ha amúgy megyünk még egy fél kört, én hát nem hiszem, de ha mennénk, akkor lehet tudnék még egy kört menni.
Mindjárt meglátjuk.
Well, it was of course a few years ago they had to red flag the race because of hail and snow. Because people were just going off at Tiergarten chicane. Because
most fogok majd átmenni a célvonalon.
You think they'd at that point just say, okay, we're going to move it to
The damaged car is now in carousel. Be aware we will be going green again when the car reaches the Döttinger Höhe.
Not even hitting full throttle.
Karuszelben van.
Ő mondjuk hányadik?
Utolsó Tibék mögött.
To be fair, the GT4 cars aren't GT3 even, isn't it? So it is quite aero dependent.
A 174-es Porsche amúgy eldobta. Vagy valami lett velük.
A harmadik pont visszajött elénk boxból.
I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that tire stops
Boxba volt?
are actually longer if you have
Falcon.
damage as well.
Look at that. What's really interesting, actually, Bussink obviously didn't have enough
Voltam vagy 10 másodpercet tőle.
in their car to take the normal racing line through the carousel. Bussink took the outside line.
I think that's sensible. You don't want to spin on the code 80. I've done that before and it's quite embarrassing.
Oh no, have you? Oh no.
Car 47, when we go green again, please remain on the right-hand side of the Döttinger Höhe with your pit speed limiter enabled.
although some of them were not my fault.
Passing cars, be aware that on the yellow you are required to lift off.
This is fake YouTuber's corner that Busink is just coming around. Coming through Vipperman, you can just see because of the banks on the outside, because of the angle of the corner, it looks a lot
Damage
like
car coming up to Brunchen now.
All the corners look the same here. You know, I don't know what it's called, but just outside of the carousel, it might even be this corner itself. There's a corner
Csak a
that's
falkon volt a pitbe. Ha minden igaz.
You expect it to be a sort of kink, it turns out to be a full-on hairpin. It's a right-hander, and it's about... In fact, no, it's not. It's the corner that Misha, and I forget his surname, had a crash at. It's the two corners after that.
Well, I wouldn't say Hoak, technically is Hoak. Then coming in the hill, you've got Hedvig's Hur, and then Vipperman. Yeah, come to Ishbaka, you can see here this is now Blunchen that Busink is coming through. And eventually Busink will go through the ice cover, then through Flansgarden 1, but unfortunately you don't get too much air at 80 kilometers an hour coming through Flansgarden and Sprunghogel.
Is this one of the first Code 80s we've had today? Or if we had a couple so far?
I believe this might be one of the first ones actually that we've had.
This is actually the first. So that's confirmed in my ear. It's the first Code 80, which is good going actually. 5 hours. If you're on a Code 80 every 5 hours, we're only going to have 4 or 5. So I think the race control would probably take that, considering it's a race around the NORDSCHLEIFE. And if we do have rain or snow later, then I imagine we'll have a few more Code 80s.
Hát amúgy figyelj, konkrétan a NORDSCHLEIFE résznek a 80%-át végig kódétizik. Vagy 70%-át.
De nem fogok majd tudni még egyet menni.
The official weather radar, which does actually show the snow, and I'll let you know what I can see from that. I can tell you there is snow in the area. There's sort of snow. As I'm trying to figure out where the compass is on this this track. There's snow to what I believe is the southwest. I can't tell whether that's going to be moving in our direction or not.
Damaged car coming up to Kleines Carousel. Prepare to resume racing when I count down and give green again. 47, please remain on the right-hand side with the pit limiter enabled when we go green.
All weather moves eastward. It's a fairly good estimation. All weather moves eastward, some will move southeastward. But that's generally the direction of all weather, be it thunderstorms or rain here.
Well, that's not too great news, considering, as I said, I don't have a compass on here, and I can't zoom out on the map, so I'm not too sure what the orientation is. I'm assuming it's the standard orientation with north at the top.
Yeah, it should be.
Back to green in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
which of course
3,
moving east
2,
means it's going to
1.
hit
Green flag, green flag.
Yeah, next 18 hours and 58 minutes ago, having a look at Matthias Moos now in that Falcon Sim racing car, came through one of the more technical sections of the circuit and then moving towards the right-hand side.
10,
as we're
9,
going back to green
8,
now because
7,
Rookie Monster's
6,
car is got back
5,
onto the
4,
Duttinger.
3,
that's generally when
2,
we release the
1.
code
Green
80
flag, green
here
flag.
at the Nürburgring. So we are back racing green flag. Not that long. That code 80. I'm going to make that about 8 minutes or so.
As I have the weather for the next 6 hours.
Most wonderful. Please go.
And it just says flurries.
Oh, that's threatening, isn't it? That's
25% chance of flurries.
A bit disconcerting.
Which means we're going to, I imagine, have some rain in the next few hours. Well, unfortunately, Dark Sky doesn't do the snow, so that's just a guess. I'll refer to Google. Actually, that's probably the best port to call, as we see the Arnage competition car actually has caught back up to the Falcon Sim Racing and is going to perhaps try and formulate an overtake. That Falcon Sim Racing car, of course, on the newer tyres, perhaps those tyres have just fallen away from Matthias Moos a little bit, and now he's lost. Oh no, onto the grass from Laszlo Santo, and well, you don't want to hope that your team saw that. That could have ended.
It is when you definitely want your teammates
Car
to
47,
see
you're
that
clear behind.
on the screen. As obviously, well, I hope some of them will also be in the TeamSpeak channel with Laszlo Santo, just to give a little bit of a race wall communication as well, if you like. And of course, it's an emergency reserve driver, should it be needed.
Track is clear. Car 47 is in pit lane.
As well, but
Track is clear.
Santo wanted. And you can see that gap's extending now up to about 2.1 seconds. Let's come through Exmiller now, and we'll accelerate out through the right-handers, and then eventually up towards Bergwerk, and then the long straight through Kesselchen, Woodcover, Klostertal, then eventually the carousel.
So according to Google, if I'm reading this graph correctly, heading over the next, well, this is pretty much helpfully showing us to the end of the race now. So at 6 o'clock, which is actually in 20 minutes time, because of course we're going off of European time, that is 21% chance of rain between now and 6 o'clock. Of course it's snow, but it's rain in the game, so we'll just refer to it as rain. Then it dips to 4%, and then overnight we're about 10% chance. So we are now in the most dangerous zone for having weather that we're going to have for the rest of the race.
I see that you never know what the weather at the Nürburgring is going to do. It is very often very, very fickle. We're having a look now. Is Nicholas Mail now just a second or so ahead of Christian Toth? But I believe that those are different classes, though, aren't they? Toth is in a GT3.
Yes, the car behind is in a GT3. It's the Corvette. But that Corvette was the one that was having issues, wasn't it? So it's technically 4th position. He's trying to cut his way through the TCR and GT4 field, isn't he? It's the number 36. So this is a battle for position technically, but it's a battle for overall position, which means the GT4 is technically within his rights to defend, whether he will.
Yeah,
or not.
we'll not get blue flags.
Oh no! Onto the grass, and just manages to hold onto the car.
Jeez. My goodness, there was a definite kiss with the Armco there, wasn't there? Coming up towards Kesselchen and the mood cover. There was definitely a kiss with the Armco.
Almost. I can't say exactly, but oh dear, that was certainly a scary moment.
That was very sketchy. That's true. That's very, very sketchy.
I'm actually watching the replay on the YouTube stream, and yeah, there was a kiss with the Armco. You're correct. It was only a kiss. There wasn't anything. There wasn't anything really doing there. But oh dear, that's again not a moment you want your teammates to see. And I raced here a couple of weeks ago in another league. Or well, I say I raced here. I was supposed to race here, and it's a track where you have to pay so much attention as the GT3 does. A bit aggressively chop across, but gets through with no huge dramas in the end. And it's a track where you have to pay so much attention that I actually ended up taking out my teammate without even being on the track. And it was our car, and I asked him for an update of fuel. Didn't realise he was heading through one of the most technical corners on the circuit, and he let go of the car and was into the wall.
That's certainly less than ideal, isn't it?
Yes. To be fair, it's not so bad in the GT3 cars, I've heard, but in LMP2s, it's particularly nasty, and that hopefully is a trend that we can get rid of racing here in LMP2s.
Sorry, you're doing LMP2s?
Yes, it was a multi-class race in LMP2s, GT3s, and LMP1s.
That's
brave.
a choice.
That's
brave. Certainly a choice.
Well, I mean, my particular racing didn't go very well. But I did do a 6-hour race.
Most kör végén jövök, box.
Completely solo on Automobilista.
Oké is. Majd szólj, ha beléptél a boxba.
GT4, I believe it was a while ago. And it was one of the first sim races I actually did. So I wasn't very good. And I had to basically limp through to the end because I managed to go off at the chicane just at the end of the Dottinger Her at the on the very first lap. And I went straight on, completely buggered the car and then ended up with a shadow damage that lasted for the next 6 hours. And solo, it wasn't a very nice experience. In fact, it was probably one of the most messy races
Mennyi van
I've
még a
ever done.
körből?
Most kezdtem meg.
Ja, jó, én meg itt nézem az órát, mondom, ez így nem jó. De akkor már oké is.
If I remember correctly, and coming down to Notting Hill was a very fun slipstream battle. Yes, I mean, look at Maurice Mail now. You can see how much of a, well, I wouldn't say how much faster a GT3 car is, but it's only managed to actually gain 2 seconds.
Well, of course, some of the teams were running less downforce purely for this particular stretch of road. And they'll make sure that they're slower throughout the rest. But it's such a long straight that it's such a long flat out zone even, that you can probably make up a little bit of time by just running really low downforce.
But of course, you've got so many fast corners in the circuit that really do require downforce. Do you think coming through Schwedenkreuz, Flugplatz, Arnage actually deceptively quick? And Bergwerk as well. Those are all pretty quick corners. And essentially coming down the hill, came from Hohe all the way down to Schwabenschwanz. Those are all very fast corners as well.
He heads now through the Grand Prix section.
Microphone activated.
Of course, the last Grand Prix held here was in 2020.
Okay.
And Max Verstappen actually holds the lap record around the Grand Prix section of this circuit. Of course, it's a slightly different.
How many laps?
Right there.
This is true. You go through the arena. This is true.
We don't go through the arena.
Laszlo will pit in this lap.
I have to say, I know
okay.
isn't exceptional.
And then he will have one more stint.
This particular layout, they only ever used for the
And then
24-hour
you can
race
go.
at the Nürburgring. For the shorter races, the 4 and the 6 hour races, they actually used the arena circuit and then use a cut through, which you'll just see on the left hand side there. Oh no, that's
microphone
there we
muted.
go. You just saw it for a small second there. Essentially, use the arena circuit, then use that hairpin right-handed cut through before you get to the first left-right S, coming down the hill towards the Dunlop hairpin.
And it should be getting dark in the couple of hours' time, actually, Neil. Before the end of our commentary.
Strácame peknú raketu.
Let me just refer to the great minds over at Google. Oh no! Oh, that's huge! Just I look away from my screen, Nicholas Mell has made a huge mess of the Schumacher, not the Schumacher races, it's the chicane, isn't it? The very final. And, well, that chicane was apparently designed by Schumacher himself. And I don't think Schumacher himself would have envisioned someone doing that. That was a lockup of the rears for the ages.
Yeah, just having a look at what happened with replay on YouTube because we were a little bit too far back, and I think he just hit a curb. He hit the curb on entry, and it lifted up the rear of the car.
Oh dear! And that's easy to do. That the esports line, as it's called, I saw Mitchy Hoyers on a board lap the other day. That corner it's a disgusting line.
Was it a disgusting line?
It's you basically have to ignore the track limits and just rally over it. It's a disgusting line. And,
asi štvrtý sme, to je live timing je pripnutý v čete.
Speaking, it's not illegal. So I imagine he's probably tried to take the esports line, made a little bit of a mess up on it, just sent around.
Je tam riadna strata, no. Asi už len budem musieť počkať, kým sa niekto vyseká, lebo to asi nedoženeme len tak. O tretie miesto ešte bude boj asi, ale tam už potom strata minúta a pol na druhé miesto a na prvé 2 minúty.
Perhaps. I have to admit, I was looking away trying to Google the sunset, and then all of a sudden he's ran himself off the road. So I didn't actually see the incident up until the point he was in the gravel trap. Certainly made a wild mess of it, regardless. But my point is, I don't know whether R-Factor 2 is get yellows in Sector 1, and they're quite prolonged, actually. It's cleared now, but maybe someone's had a massive mess up. I'm not too sure. We'll wait to see if we get any code 80 balls in the next 15 seconds or so. However, back to the point I was trying to make before everything happened there.
Microphone activated.
I don't know
Adam,
if
we need to
official sunset time is reflected in the
do
game.
always 8 lap
I don't know whether it's a set
in
sunset
Steam.
time. Regardless, I can tell you that it's currently 6:05 in-game time,
Because
which I find a little bit weird.
Janos wrote something about
15 minutes in the future.
double stint on mediums and maybe he can't do
Yes, that makes sense.
8 laps.
Yes, I completely forgot the time conversion there. It's my mental maths is not incredible. I've heard Neil studies mental maths, not
So
mental
what
maths,
we
but
did.
maths in general at university.
Maths in general, yes.
I have to say, I don't envy that whatsoever. I'm looking forward to not having to look at maths again in my time. But,
You can't save one
That
lap
being
with
said, I do love a
code
good racing
80, for
simulation.
example.
Any opportunity I can take to add fuel
I
to the
don't know.
spreadsheet, I'll do it.
But Janos will try to do 8 lap stints in his next stint.
Not that much of a distance though, is it?
So I think we will be
Because
fine.
the crest there come down towards Flans Garden 1. Eventually come to the ice curve. Oh no, this is Brunchen now. It was Vipperman before. Fantastic. This is Brunchen. And then we'll eventually come to the ice curve, this left hand, and then down towards Flans Garden and Sprunghobel.
Well, Alexandra
Microphone muted.
Jasné, akože vlastne na celý NORDSCHLEIFE je to ešte hoci, čo sa môže stať, aj my sa môžeme vysekať niekoľkokrát.
is going to be interesting. Well, 36 minutes till we expect them to pit, and I could have sworn we didn't see them pit on the hour, unless I'm going mad.
Yeah, I don't think we did pit. I don't think we saw them pit during that code 80 previously, but looking backwards from Luca Martina now in that waving arms car, of course. Well, this is TCR versus GT4, isn't it?
And this particular battle we're looking at now is TCR versus GT3.
Oh, GT3. Sorry, the GT3 car is coming up to pass the TCR car. You're absolutely correct. But coming through Galdenkopf now, in the GT3 car should hopefully easily get past the TCR coming down on the straight here.
The GT4 category is pretty much just the Porsche Cup, which call it in real life. Now, it's technically not true, as the Porsche GT4 cars are technically a little bit faster than the Super Cup. At heart, they're very similar.
Adam, I'm in pit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Well, essentially, it's just probably a different engine, probably some different driving aids, and slightly different rear wing, slightly different bodywork as well. But essentially, on the inside, it'd be pretty much the same.
And of course, those Porsche Super cars do actually race in 24-hour races around the world quite regularly. It's the 24-hour
Microphone activated.
Can you tell me when I will start
as well as
in morning?
TCE, which I imagine.
Yes.
Sure the exact specification is, but it's a touring car endurance, so it's pretty much the TCR cars.
It's probably just got a lot of
347.
One of the main differences.
Okay.
So Porsche Cup has more aero but no driver aids, I'm reading.
Microphone muted.
Yeah, sounds about right. So that's going to be the Porsche Cup is actually slightly faster, maybe. Unless the GT4 is the faster one. I know the Porsche Super Cup is meant to be sort of a factory driver breeding ground, whereas GT4 is meant to be, we're putting you in endurance races to learn your craft almost.
Yeah, indeed, as you say, that is entirely correct. He's having a look at Dennis to see the stims now. That Bros Racing, currently in 40th position overall. Just 13 seconds
I'm out.
On the car ahead, and you can see, is the number in the window for the GT4s? No, I believe it's on the side. I say number, the class position number, I should say, rather. I think it's only on the side in the GT4s.
So apparently the Porsche Cup is 90% of a GT3. That makes a lot more sense to me, actually, because the GT3 category, when it was first introduced, was meant to be as a sort of convergence between the Porsche Super Cup, the Ferrari Cup, and things like that. So it's probably slightly wrong to say that it's the Porsche Super Cup is actually a GT4 car. Maybe you should go with the GT4 Porsche is a dumbed down version of the Super Cup car. Maybe that's what you prefer to say.
They're having a look now at this, I would say battle. Battle could certainly be described for a bit of a distant battle. 16 seconds, but you can just see the GT3 car muscling its way up the inside of the Dunlop hairpin of that GT4 car. The car ahead is the sports racing cars, of course, the GT4 leader, Team Iris.
Simon Marshall for Team Rookie Monsters had a couple of disconnects earlier in the race, which is why they're so far down the order. That's a 22nd. That's a bit confusing. Oh, there's two Rookie Monster TCR cars. That's where I was going wrong. So it was, of course, the number 62 that didn't qualify on pole position, but finished in the top 3, I believe. Again, I'll have to double check that. But yes, this is one of the Rookie Monsters cars that hasn't had too much bad luck. It's the other Rookie Monsters that's had a huge incident. And actually, one of the TGM Simsport cars has retired, and I think we missed that. I think that's fairly recent news. It's one of the TGM Simsport BMWs. I could see at the bottom of the list just then was retired. And I don't think they retired when we got into the commentary box. So I think we might have unfortunately missed that happening.
Well, let's have
4 laps ago, TGM Simsport BMW retired. One of the two. They're running 2 BMWs, aren't they, in this race?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. Having a look at Team Simon Marshall now 5th position in class in that VW TCR, 2.5 seconds behind the car in 4th, that being the United Racing Team number 26, the Cupra. The Marshall just coming out the carousel there, then coming up towards Hoacht, the highest point on the NORDSCHLEIFE.
And of course, we're deep into the Eifel Mountains here. And I say the mountains, they're quite low mountain range, sort of spanning between Germany and Belgium, which means that there is a lot of elevation change around this circuit. And they say Portimao's like a roller coaster ride. And if Portimao's a roller coaster, then I guess it's Sonic Spinball, with this one being the Smiler.
Yes, Zolta is actually not that far from here. It's only about 80 kilometers, I believe, Zolta.
Zolta's a truck I haven't actually driven a lot in my time, but Simon Marshall still chasing after Mustafa, and I apologise, I can't actually reach the end of your name, it's cut off by the overlay there. So Mustafa Batuhan will stay for United Racing Team. 7/10 of a second, that gap, which is virtually nothing, really. Down at the Dottinger Her, that is a huge batter and Burran. There we go. So I apologise for that. And Simon Marshall actually really on the tail of the United Racing Team car.
Incredibly close. Going through the Klein's carousel, which was Garden Conference next, and then onto the Dottinger Ho. So perhaps that VW can pass the Cupra coming down Dottinger Ho.
Well, the Volkswagen has not been the car of choice in TCR. However, Rookie Monsters are making it work quite nicely as we head into a straighter section of the track.
Right, here we go.
And there we go. Here's the move from Simon Marshall. He pulls to driver's right and is going to have the overspeed surely. In fact, it's not working as nicely as Simon Marshall would have anticipated. He's going to have the inside line regarded. No, he's not. He's going to be on the outside, but he does manage to just about pull ahead in the end, and perhaps is going to be a bit of a counterattack from Burran here. Is he going to have a think about a move down the inside? It's such a difficult corner that perhaps not going to happen.
No, I don't think it's going to happen this time around. As you said, very difficult to make a move into Tiergarten and chicane. You really need to be at least side by side in order to think about a move into that braking zone, just because there's so many kinks directly before and indeed in the braking zone there. We're going to see if Bahatin Baran can make that position back on Marshall, but you can see that gap already up to 1.2 seconds.
And yes, it does seem to be that once you drop someone on that straight, they're very much in the past, and you can forget about them. That seems to be the trend that we've been set. Still, the Team Iris that leads, and in fact, the number 99 has just come out of the pit onto soft tyres. They were already on softs, so whether they are new soft tyres or not, I don't know. It's 45 seconds the gap between them and the number 7. As for TCR, it's a 252-second gap between the number 71 and the number 58. The number 71 actually leads the GT4 field as well. As for the GT4 field, it's the Team Iris number 77 leading the 287 Bros Racing car by 12 seconds. So number 71 have really got it quite nicely.
Yeah, quite nicely, as you said, that gap just appears to get bigger and bigger. Having looked now to Neudorf, the paid full car, 45 seconds behind Team Iris. But that gap really hasn't changed since we began our commentary stint. I only believe it was about 40 to 41 seconds when we started. So the soft tyres on that paid full car don't really appear to be paying off at this moment in time.
Well, this is... I wonder, is this the time you want to be pushing on soft tyres? I think Iris have absolutely nailed the strategy here to be doing the double stints on the mediums, save a few tyre sets, and as we get into the first, because there's almost 2 happy hours, if you will. There's the very early in the morning, then there's a very late at night, or the sort of sunset. So it's sunset and sunrise that you see the fastest lap times. So Iris probably just saving some tyres for those opportunities. Remember, you have got to manage tyre sets. It's 80 tyres, which amounts to, if I just refer to my notes a moment, it's 20 sets for the GT3 cars. And with an hour of fuel stints, that means they're going to have to double stint at least twice, if my maths correct there, Neil.
I think you'd have more than that. I think you'd have double stint 4 sets of tyres, or sorry, 3 sets of tyres, maybe.
You pit every hour, then you're going to need to... You get 20 hours by just changing tyres every single stint, which means, yes, it's going to be
20. It'd be 21 hours, because you've got to remember the last set and go an hour as well.
So yes,
21
so
hours,
you're going to need to double stint
There'd
3
be 3
times,
stints,
essentially.
yeah.
As the number 17 over Finlandia has DNF'd. I've just seen that pop up. I don't think they'd DNF'd before. So what has happened?
No, I think that's new, yeah.
I think that's new, yes. It's very difficult to keep track of this field. Yes, it's definitely new. They were 3 laps down, and lap 36 they retired. And, yes, that's this lap. The number... What happened to the Nova Finlandia car? Whether that's a disconnect, which wouldn't be too dramatic, they can just rejoin and no further issues, or whether it's something more sinister.
If there's something more dramatic, of course they won't be able to rejoin the race. That'll be it for them.
Yes, of course, if you do DNF, you're out of the race. But if you just disconnect, it can sometimes show as a DNF, and you're actually able to get back into the car. And the Nova car should be able to drive out again. Danny DeHaas said in general chat a minute ago.
It might be
that they're trying to get back in, so it would suggest it was a disconnect. They're trying to drive again. And I'll keep you updated on what's going on there. It's Alex Cochran at the wheel of that car. And he's back out now. Yep, there we go. So, just a disconnect for the Nova Finlandia car. And there you go. Good to see them back into the race to be able to press on in one of the most attritional races on the calendar. And I feel like the word attrition is cliche in endurance racing.
I'm just wondering how many cars are going to be left when I wake up tomorrow morning, because of course you're doing some night stints. I get a nice length of sleep.
So I heard you're driving today, Neil. So
No.
Aren't you?
No.
Who was it that was? It's Dom that's driving, isn't it? I believe it is driving.
I've
Someone
been
said
sim race for like 3 years now.
one of the commentators is driving. Someone said Neil was driving, so I'm going to go back there. And I know Tobias is driving, but I think that Dom mentioned that he might be driving at some point, but I don't know whether that materialised or not. I'll have to check the entry list.
Considering Dom is doing essentially alternating with you every 4 hours, I'd be surprised if he's doing driving as well.
I know he said he was planning it, but whether that's materialised or not, I don't know. But yes, I'm the 6-hour night stint I've got coming up at 11:30 my time. It's going to be interesting. But to be fair, it's coincided quite nicely because the Neil Tasker of Safety Car fame, actually, and Tom Parker's actually put Neil Heatley driving as a terrifying thought, which I think might be a bit harsh.
I know, like I said, last time I drove competitively, it was like three years ago. I say drove competitive circuit racing. I've done a rally racing since then, but of course, doing rally racing competitively, you don't really race with other people.
And well, it's coincided quite nicely actually because the England women got to the final of the Cricket World Cup, so I'll be able to have that on in the background, and it should last virtually the duration of my stint. So I've probably quite good luck there, and well, it means that at least I have a reason to ruin my sleep schedule.
Yeah, normally it's a Saturday night, so I'd be watching ice hockey, but the team that I follow didn't get into the playoffs, so they've got no postseason whatsoever. So, which is always fun.
Well, I certainly hope the England women do better than the Villa did, as that's just flashed up on my phone, the final score there. And I have to say, it's difficult to continue this commentary with seeing that score.
Well, of course, when it comes to sport, you speak about sports, the World Cup, the 2022 World Cup groups were drawn today, and there's a small chance that Scotland will face England in the group stage of the World Cup.
Yes, nothing like a little bit of FIFA corruption to sweeten my Friday evening. So I'm being very cynical, but I do think it's very convenient that England draw an easy group and against one of the home nations after having such bad luck through the years.
Well, it's always fun because the fourth team of that group will be Scotland, Wales, or Ukraine. So there's a good choice within that group, within those three possible competitors.
But back to the racing as we watch Jan Donzer.
There's racing happening. Where?
Oh, I know. Unbelievable.
As you said, having got Jan Donzer now, and that's Zurich Virtual Racing in that Cupra. A very nice livery, I must say, that Zurich car.
And yes, and really, 18 hours left in a 24-hour race, and this is the first time the commentators are talking about liveries. So you could tell we're in a sort of settled down period of racing. And this happens a lot in 24-hour racing. You get the settled down periods where you have maybe an hour or two where there's no one really having a battle for anything. And, they're just trying to focus on their own race. And when you say you've got to focus on your own race, it's probably one of the most crucial things to do. You can't be thinking about 6 hours times, 12 hours time. Well, it's got to be in your mind, and you can take strategy that puts you in a more beneficial spot in 16 hours time. But you can't be thinking in terms of the physical driving, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So I remember I did a 24 hours of Le Mans once, actually, with fellow commentator Toby, and we get about 4 hours in, and it's like if we, the teammates were saying, if we can hold on to this position, we could finish on a podium here, and it's we're in a 20-hour race. There's no point thinking about position. 20 hours to go. We've just got to drive and focus on ourselves.
Yeah, I know. As you said, 20 hours go by. So the podium, how terrifying to actually be in a position of actually getting something, an okay result.
Well, my first ever podium in sim racing was actually a separate 24 hours of Le Mans event. And I have to say, I was on the final stint as well. And that was the most under pressure I have felt. It was in the pouring rain as well, or the drying conditions at least. It had been pouring rain whilst I was asleep. And well, we weren't expected to be on pace at all, and it was unbelievable.
Yeah, my first sim racing podium was in Gran Turismo GT5. We're using GT500 cars around Brands Hatch.
Overtaking some traffic.
I think that was my first sim racing podium.
What I'm finding interesting, and you might be able to correct me on this, but they seem to be running a very front-heavy brake bias on that Falcon sim racing car. The front brakes are glowing a lot more than the rear brakes are. And there could be a reason for that. Not a GT3 car engineer. However, maybe that's something to watch out for Falcon sim racing.
That's certainly something to look forward to. Look out for, I should say, rather, in the future, as you said, coming down the hill towards that Dunlop hairpin. But it's always very interesting about how different drivers decide to use that brake bias, because theoretically, I always tend to have a very rearward brake bias when compared to everyone else. But there we go, a 60-second stop go for car number 97. Having exactly what that is for. It was for causing a collision in the pit lane.
And yes, I actually have some information about that. I was reading in the YouTube, not in the YouTube chat, in the Discord chat. It was that 97. Apparently, it was an issue with their game desyncing, and they had an incident in the pits because of that. I could be wrong. I just heard an incident about that, and it was. I'm putting two and two together.
Yes. But here we go, having a look at Matthias Moos just now, 90 seconds behind that painful number 99 car, about 90 seconds ahead of the Race for Cat car as well. So in a little bit of a island of its own at the moment is Moos.
And yes, I apologise. I'm getting absolutely ripped on my phone right now, thanks to the Aston Villa scoreline. Unfortunately, living in an area with a lot of Wolverhampton fans, it's quite difficult looking at the scoreline, trying to focus on the racing. Dennis Sims has got a 9-second gap to the car ahead. This is the Pros Racing. They're third in class, aren't they? They're second in class even. So this could be the battle for the lead. It was 12 seconds a couple of minutes ago. Well, I say a couple of minutes, probably about 20 minutes ago now. And Dennis Sims perhaps is starting to feel that maybe we can get into a position where we'll be challenging for the lead of the race. And I know I say you can't be thinking about position, but of course, if you are just driving and you naturally have better pace, you've got to think about your position in terms of where you are at the stage in the race. You know, do you want to make the overtake and just leave the race for a little bit, or do you just want to stay behind and just force Iris to make those strategy calls, you know, keep them a bit hot under their heels? And, you know, position, of course, plays a factor into it. I just mean it's not the be-all and end-all. If you have an opportunity to go make the move for the race win, of course take it, is I think what I'm trying to say.
Just on board with Dennis Castillo Sims, going a little bit wide there at the left-hander, going off four wheels off the circuit. Again, that could be a track limits ping.
20 track limits pings they are allowed before a drive-through penalty. And of course, a drive-through penalty isn't particularly damaging. It'd be probably about 20-25 seconds, which around the NORDSCHLEIFE in the grand scheme of things isn't a great deal of time.
No.
Well, I'll be hoping not to get that. So you're allowed, in essence, one track cut per hour, a couple of hours without a track cut, which isn't the easiest. Interestingly, the only two DNFs we've had so far are two GT3 cars, and of course the pole sitters DNFing themselves, which I thought was hugely disappointing for them. It's such a rookie error, if I can get away with saying that, to over-rev your engine in a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
And you'd hope that if you're in the position to be leading a 24-hour race, you don't make a mistake like that. Because apparently, what I've heard is that it wasn't a case of, oh, I've accidentally had a double downshift. It was, I've been over-revving the engine consistently.
Castillo Sims coming over fluke black side of the car, getting a little bit light just before turning there. This fast right-hander, fifth gear, 200 kilometers an hour for this GT4 Porsche. We come down towards Schwedenkreuz eventually. Schwedenkreuz being the next left-hander. You could just see in the distance a little bit of a lift-off perhaps here. Indeed, just a small lift, and indeed essentially coasting through Schwedenkreuz a little bit. A couple of seconds of full throttle and onto the brakes down for Arnage, down to third gear, about 105 kilometers an hour at the apex.
And nasty reminder from Danny in broadcast chat. He's saying the graveyard stints are still coming, and I look at the 6 hours that I've got coming up, and I have to say that's not a lovely reminder. But we should have a load of fun during the night, in fairness, and the night time in 24-hour racing is always very, very special indeed. And it's something very intimate as well, I think, the nighttime stints in any broadcast. You know, late night radio, because Sims now actually being able to take it 7 seconds that gap now, and he's really chasing down this Iris car.
Yeah, that gap getting smaller and smaller and smaller, as you said, but then just coming through the left-hander there of X-Muller, then eventually coming down towards Bergwerk next, I believe. I know, here we come, we're just coming down to Versailles from now. It's very, very tight left-hander. It's very difficult to actually do it because you've essentially got this double braking, so you've got to brake, then almost close to that right-hander, and then brake again as you're heading severely downhill for that double apex left-hander.
And what I found actually practicing for that race we had a couple of weeks ago, having not driven the Nürburgring for quite a while, is it looks eerily similar to this corner right here, the double apex corner. You can really get them mixed up. And in fact, it's this section that really catches me out around the Nürburgring. This corner's okay, because it's not too deceptive, uphill right-hander. But then opening up the car, if we go through a little bit of a left-hand kink here, then it's this next corner that really deceives me, because it looks so fast and it just tightens up. It's so blind. I've gone straight on there so often.
Straight on at Arnage. Well, of course, that's what Nicky Lauda tried to do. But yeah, so that's boss racing. Coming along the back straight down towards Kesselchen now, and then towards the mid curve at the very end of this circuit. The Kesselchen being this right-hander here. Still fat on the throttle. And you can see, because of the incline here, you don't actually gain speed, you actually lose a couple of kilometers an hour. Cut to the mid curve, a quick dab on the brakes, down a gear, and then straight back on the throttle. Prostatal being the next right-hander, I imagine it'll be a dab of the brakes and down another gear. No, just a little bit of a coast. And then come to the Silestar here. Of course, if you go straight on, well, sorry, just off to the left there, that was actually one of the old testing parts of the NORDSCHLEIFE, because if I remember correctly, I think it's about a 1 in 6 gradient hill right there on the left.
Well, typically in mountain ranges, you do get a lot of elevation, and no more than at the NORDSCHLEIFE. And, well, it's such a topsy-turvy track, and the car struggling to grip at every opportunity. And I think it's a wonder that these drivers are able to do as well as they do. 4 seconds that gap. Dennis Castillo Sims is absolutely rocketing up to this Iris car, and well, I've actually got. It's going to be. I've just been told in DMs. Jeff Closer, the Iris team manager, or one of them anyway. They've got a couple nowadays, but there's going to be him stewarding soon. So hopefully the Bros Racing 287 doesn't get any suspicious penalties. But I couldn't accuse anyone of such.
Depends how much money you give Danny. As going to the ice cove now, this left-hander. Eventually, we'll see what the onboard looks like coming down through Flanskar and then through Sponghover. This fast downhill section. You can just see Flanskar 1 here. Oh, you can see the suspension compress and landing there, can't you? Come through the left-hander, and then again through another left-hander. Here comes Sponghover. Not so much of a jump there, just perhaps a little lifting of the tyres off the ground, then coming through Flansgarden 2, then eventually come to the next left-hander, which is a Schrabenschranz.
3 seconds at that gap now, and well, we might have a change for the lead. And in fact, there is the Iris car. We can see them.
Yeah, see them in the distance.
And well, maybe the Irish car is doing a little bit, I think maybe a tactical concession here. Let's see who's actually in that car. I'm trying to see. 14th overall, so I can see that's on live races. It's Demir Kagato. He's a very, very good driver, is Demir. And I wonder if we're going to see a bit of a tactical concession here, which would be pretty logical at this stage in the race.
Yeah, at this point in the race, as you said, it's just starting to get towards the night. Eventually, all of these drivers will be relying on just their headlights. Makes it a little bit more scary, especially when you're out in the back end of NORDSCHLEIFE, isn't it? Coming down through Antoniusbuche and then coming up towards the Tiergarten chicane, that gap only 3.2 seconds now.
I've actually just been told that the Team Iris cars, if they do win, are going to be donating their prize money to charity, so that's very nice of them.
How wonderful. It's very nice, as you said, yeah.
And, well, 2.6 seconds now. And Dennis Consuelo Sims might be feeling a little bit like the bad guy taking money from charity, but I'm sure he won't mind winning the race. And, maybe we could see the move on this lap. Demir Kagato is going to feel a little bit pressured, but this is really where the strong from the weak are separated, because it's when you're under pressure in a 24-hour race that you've got to relax and you've got to be ready to drive under pressure for extended periods of time. Remember that this move right now is going to be pretty inconsequential in 18 hours' time. You know, we could look back in hindsight and say this is the move for the lead, and if the Bros Racing car do go on for the next 18 hours and have no major dramas, and this is in fact the move that seals them the race win, then you can say, okay, maybe it was quite consequential. But you've just got to be under the assumption that whatever happens right now is going to be far less
Microphone
consequential
activated.
if you feel the pressure and run off the road.
Let's see how many laps.
Yeah, as you said, running off
4.
the road is essentially what none of these drivers want, especially at this point in the race, 18 hours, almost a quarter of the way through this race. As we're now having a look at
4 with that lap, or if you finish this lap, then 4 lap
you can see
remains.
that Bros Racing car in the background.
After I finish this.
Okay.
Well, it's a menacing machine, that's for certain. Of course, no balanced performance in the GT4
Microphone muted.
make category. And I am actually surprised that the GEM didn't opt to run the Alpine as well that's in this game. It's technically a mod car, but it is an official Alpine. We'll have to see what happens here. 1.4 seconds. I think this is going to get very spicy down the Dottinger Her.
Yeah, I think it may become very, very fun, as you said, and it's always going to be interesting to see what happens coming down the Dottinger Hood. But of course, they've got some very difficult corners before they reach there. But yes, coming over the crest of the hill here, and down the Quedelbacher, and then coming through Flugplatz down, you can just see the Team Irish car right on the edge of lateral adhesion.
Well, driving on the edge in a race like this is such a risk-reward scenario. If you back anyone to take the reward, it would be Demir Kagato. But the Bros Racing are still going to be trying their all. They're so much faster. And who's in that Bros Racing car? Actually, it's Dennis Castillo Sims, isn't it?
Yeah, still Castillo Sims, yeah.
So I should know that because we just did an entire lap on board with them. Well, you have to appreciate, we've done a lot of commentating so far, and then a lot of commentating to come. We've still got 2 hours with me and Neil. And
I know, horrific, isn't it? I'm sorry in advance.
Yes, I'm not saying I don't enjoy it. I'm just saying it's a long time.
And of course, we've got a little bit of time tomorrow morning as well together, I believe.
I'll double check the stats as we keep looking at this. And that's true. We're on for the final 4 hours of the race.
How fun, yes we are, and I get dumb for a couple of hours almost as soon as I wake up.
You're also doing a 6-hour stint actually towards the end of
I
the race.
am 6:30 until the end.
Well,
Which means that I need to get my big cafetiere out for coffee tomorrow morning.
And I need to raid a local corner shop for some energy drinks, I think.
But here comes that Bros Racing car, the 287, coming down towards this very difficult double left-hander. I must think that double left-hander at the bottom of the hill there that must be almost as slow as the carousel, surely.
I'd probably agree, actually. As well as this corner, it's also very slow.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want to be following another car through here, that's for certain. As we see Bros Racing now, really closing in. And perhaps
towards Arnage, yeah.
Perhaps
It's
as a
not Arnage.
statement of intent,
Look,
Bros Racing might go for the move on the NORDSCHLEIFE rather than on the Dotting Her.
They come through Bergvik now along the back straight, the Kesselchen straight, and Bros Racing, that gap now only half a second, using as much of the slipstream as possible coming through. Well, this flat out section, obviously it's not as straight, it's got many kinks through it, but it is flat out all the way up towards the mud curve, which eventually will get coming through Kesselchen now. You see the very eventually cold marshals there. And having a look behind me, certainly here in Munich, it is still snowing.
It's actually
but
quite
yes.
dry over here in the English Midlands. We continue on 0.2 of a second. And Bros Racing just tucked up behind. And drive-through penalty for car 97. Is that an old message or have they had another one?
I think that's a new one.
They had the
It's a 60-second stop go before, but now it's the drive-throughs. I think this is a different penalty.
Yeah, they had a stop go before, didn't they? So, second position, I think. And, well, the gap not going too well for Irons actually at this stage.
No.
Because the gap in GT3 is also closing. Here we go. I've got more information. Car 97 spun out car 150 by tapping the left rear into Heusinkveld, I think, Heusinkveld, perhaps. Not a place to poke your nose in, regardless, race control says.
Heusinkveld. That's the very difficult double left-hander at the bottom of the hill that we were just talking about. That might be the slowest corner in the circuit.
Is it? Perhaps not a place to poke your nose in then.
Yeah, and what's slightly more disturbing for that number 97 car is that when it came into service stop go 60, it got a drive-through for speeding, and then they've got to serve another drive-through for this penalty.
Yes, if you just give me one moment.
But this Bros Racing car, so close. I do believe that Dottingham will be the best chance for Castillo Sims to make a move on this number 77 car.
They've had two drive-throughs, one for that collision and one for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah.
What a torrid last hour. And of course, if he gets any more,
well,
then,
that'd be a very large slap in the wrist, wouldn't it?
If he gets any more, that could be running risk of disqualification. Here we go, though. This is the move for the lead in GT4.
Oh, so close, so close.
With 18 hours to go, it might not feel very consequential right now, but, well, we'll have to see what this does for the grand scheme of things in hindsight.
At this point, it might not necessarily be the time you gain, but it will be the time you lose.
Yes, exactly. Well, having a number 1 next to your name is perhaps just a little bit more preferable for the number 287. And not making any great haste of this move, however, is he just eating up the slipstream. This would make sense. Last 24-hour race that I did at Spa, I was in a fairly similar position, except it was for P2. And it made no sense to go for the overtake because the guy ahead of me just had slightly better pace, relatively evenly matched, but he just had that slightly better pace. I knew I couldn't keep him behind me if I did overtake him. So it sometimes makes sense to just work together almost to put the rest of the field behind you. They've got a 54-second gap, which is quite significant, but taking each other out, that could quite easily be lost.
Yeah, again, especially at this point in the race, is the time you lose. But as you said, that Team Irish car still managing to stay ahead for now, but it definitely appears that the Bros Racing car has a little bit more downforce on it.
And yes, that would probably be why he's gaining so much in the NORDSCHLEIFE section and then losing down that straight. So he's either purposely staying behind, or he's starting to get a bit frustrated because he can't get past because he's not fast enough in the right section. And this is where a qualifying setup versus a race setup can really come into play. Because if you're slower on the NORDSCHLEIFE, that's fine, as long as someone doesn't overtake you. So if you're faster down that straight and you're able to sort of stop someone getting past you, then it's no worries, even if that person behind you is significantly faster through the NORDSCHLEIFE section.
Yeah, it goes to NORDSCHLEIFE section, as you said, but as we've been saying, because it's so difficult to pass at the back straight, you really need a good pace advantage. Out on the NORDSCHLEIFE, essentially, if you're not passing at Kudelbacher Höhe, passing then towards Amberg, or passing along towards Kesselchen, or the Dottinger Höhe, those are really the four main overtaking opportunities out on the NORDSCHLEIFE. Unless you have a big speed advantage, you're going to be stuck behind the car in front.
And if you can't do it into the Dottinger Höhe, then you've got to do it into turn one, realistically. Those are probably the two main overtaking opportunities on this circuit. Everywhere else is very difficult to overtake.
Yeah,
and 10 second top go pedals.
Which is very interesting, because that 150 car was the one that caused the 97 to have...
We've lost Neil for a second, so I apologise for this. There you go, you're back now. Okay, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Yeah, I can just plugged it back in again. But yeah, no, that 150 car is very interesting, because it was a collision between the 97 and the 150 that caused the 97 car to have its drive-through just a few minutes ago.
And yes, perhaps that's a case of pushing too hard to try and sort of gain a bit of that time back. And if you get flustered, that can happen quite easily. Look at the Bros Racing car, how much he's gaining through these corners.
Yeah, the 150 car rejoined in an unsafe manner after being spun by the 97, causing a collision with the 71.
Oh, right.
So it got spun, then rejoined unsafely, and then caused another collision, so yes.
Again, very easy to do, particularly if you're not allowed a spotter on the server, as is the case here. On board this, and another thing I was going to mention is that actually Iris in GT3 are now under pressure for the race lead overall. The number 99, paid in full car, has almost paid that gap back in full. 8 seconds that's down to. It's 4 seconds on the previous lap.
What a terrible pun.
Yes,
terrible pun. Now we look at this Bros Racing car coming to towards Flansgarden now, I believe. Well, no, it's not Flansgarden at all. This is I comes with a double left-hander, so eventually we get into Versailles. As the 187 cars DNF from 6th place in GT3s. The Bros Racing GT3.
What has happened there? That's recent news as well. But as just a disconnect, this track has got a lot of room for technical issues that you can just disconnect almost seemingly randomly, and it's been plaguing everyone. Our streamer Naomi Hartley has had issues on our end with the stream as well. So it's a very technically demanding circuit. It's almost completely different minimum system requirements to the rest of the game. Dennis Castillo Sims is someone who's having pretty much no technical issues, it seems, still hounding the Iris car. And well, I have to say, it's very good driving from Demir to be able to keep this position so far.
Yeah, very good defensive driving by that Team Iris car to keep the 0-1 LED board on the side of that car. Coming through Bergwerk now, then into Kesselchen Straight again. Well, we say the straight, as I was saying, the straights here, on the particularly on the NORDSCHLEIFE, are the best opportunity to overtake. But as we've seen, it appears like that Bros Racing car is a little bit more downforce than the Team Iris.
Yes, and I think that's the issue that we've got here. I think the Iris is a car that just has got less downforce. It's struggling on the NORDSCHLEIFE section, but of course you can't overtake on the NORDSCHLEIFE section, so it doesn't matter whatsoever. And I suppose you could overtake. Perhaps the Pros Racing guy is going to have to pull out something special here. However, maybe as well, he feels content with just staying behind.
You say that a racing driver does never thinks that they're content with staying behind.
And yes, well, we continue on. And I say that a lot. That's one of the filler words. The filler words I need to get out of my head. But 0.3 of a second. He's practically pushing him through this NORDSCHLEIFE section of circuit, and maybe won't quite have it into the Dottinger Her.
Yeah, coming down the Dottinger Her, and next coming to the Galgenkopf eventually, and then they'll eventually get onto the Dottinger Her. As you said, diving down the hill now towards Brunchen. Or is that Wipperman?
I don't know why you're asking me.
Nobody knows. Is that Brunchen or Wipperman? Oh no, that was Wipperman. Coming up to Brunchen next. There you go. You can see on the entry they look essentially identical from these camera angles.
And well, NORDSCHLEIFE is one of those circuits where you really have to be in the car to know where the cars are, if you know what I mean, because it's so long that you can't tell where any of the cameras are. Thankfully, in the virtual world, we've got the benefit of having cameras at every single corner.
Cameras at every single corner, which is absolutely fantastic. But unfortunately, we don't have all the things in real life. Like we can't afford a helicopter cam.
So that's the point. They don't have that in the NORDSCHLEIFE, do they? And the second it becomes nighttime, they have to. They basically have to shut off half the cameras and go into onboards.
Yeah, it's always. Well, I remember it was a few years ago now at the 24 hours again, because obviously in real life you don't get cameras everywhere. It's coming up to the Arnage chicane, just after Arenberg. And within the last 15 minutes of the race, you just saw a TCR on its roof on the other side of the barriers at the Arnage chicane. Never got a replay because there's no cameras there, so never know what happened to it. You just saw the helicopter shot with the car upside down and the driver sitting beside it.
And
it's probably one of what happened. It was just upside down or upside the barrier for reasons.
Here we go. Look at the Iris car. He's pulling away on the straight quite dramatically, actually. Even though the slipstream is afforded to Dennis Contillo Sims, he's actually struggling to keep up almost down this straight. He's in 6th gear. He's struggling to get any overspeed whatsoever.
Yeah, essentially this will be the pit limiter, Resin, Steer Sims is sitting now. Again, 277 just coming down the hill in that slipstream, but again, not able to pass because, look, well, you just saw the braking zone coming to chicane is so squiggly. We really seem to move, but better acceleration coming out of Teogat there for Steer Sims. But I think that momentum has been arrested because I think just bumped the Team Irish car ever so slightly.
No, he's squirtly down into turn 1. This guy's having a very, very brave move. Is Kakato going to go defensive at all? And he's going to dive for it down into turn 1. Is he going to go deep? Is he going to get it turned in? He's going to go very, very deep onto the gravel, and all that hard work is thrown away from Dennis
Microphone
Sims.
activated.
That was a very impatient move, and the gap is down to 4 seconds. A gap that's also down to 3 seconds is the gap for the GT3
Microphone
lead.
muted.
Team Iris are looking in one sense, but also losing a lot of time. Here it is, Loic Moynier is going to have to find himself under a little bit of pressure from the local Tim Neudendorf.
Yeah, Tim Neudendorf there. As you said, coming under pressure is the other Team Irish car, the number 7 in the GT3 category. It is Bentley versus McLaren for this lead. 2.5 seconds that gap now.
Well, perhaps Iris will, in fact, this is an important note as well. Iris are, I would probably suggest, triple stinting those mediums. So it makes sense why Neudendorf would have that extra speed. As you can see the car, I'm not going to say the word porpoising, but that's essentially what he's doing around that section of circuit. And I suppose it's probably more bouncing. And, was that so necessary with almost 18 hours to go, says Donat Proda. And I agree with you. That's just a simple case of trying to snatch the race lead when perhaps it's not exactly beneficial for you to be doing so at this stage in the race.
Yeah, not very beneficial at this point in the race, as you said. But again, still a lot of time to go. Almost 18, well, just under 18 hours to go. As look at this, that Team Irish car is now only leading by 1.7 seconds. That gap getting smaller and smaller as we continue through the Heusinkveld down to Dottingham now, then coming up to Antoniusboche is the next named section of the circuit.
And I'm surprised you know all of these turn names. Is the fact that they are in German is enough for me to pretty much stack off even thinking about trying to learn them. But you can see a bit of TCR traffic is actually going to play into the hands of Lewandorf a little bit. Is he going to get a bit more toe, a bit more speed as they head down into the next section of corners, the final section of corners on this racetrack? And that Irish car is finding itself under a little bit of pressure. However, the McLaren seems to be treating its tyres quite nicely considering they're this deep in.
Yeah, that McLaren is definitely looking after its tyres, as you said, but that gap now 1.2 seconds. Braking hard for turn 1, being able to hit the apex. But this is actually a far more difficult first set of corners in the arena section because you've got to decide which corner to compromise. Really, you've got to compromise turn 1 or to get a wide arc through turn 2.
Yes, 9/10 of a second that gap is down to now. Loic really struggling on his tyres. And, well, this is Iris really playing the long game. They're just trying to make sure that they have the tyre sets available to them when we get into happy hour in a couple of hours' time. And of course, happy hour in the morning as well, when the temperature sort of drops and the track gets a lot faster. Speaking of temperature, it is still 20 degrees. So whether we've actually got a static temperature or not, I'm not too sure. I can tell you that it's about 7 o'clock in-game now. And the game's about 15 minutes ahead of real life time, which is always confusing. You'd think Studio 397 would create a way for us to just sync the two, but this is a huge opportunity for Neuendorf. Look at how better his tyres are. Close. Down into the chicane. Yeah. In fact, he's going to be able to pull the switch back through a flat corner, around the outside into the chicane. The Iris car has to brake as late as he dares, and the ever-imposing force of the Bentley sends it around the outside. There's barely enough room for the two cars heading through there, and are they going to go into the barrier? No! The Iris car just stays ahead, the number 7.
Number 7 car just staying ahead. Almost looked like Neuendorf there was going to hit the barrier there at turn 12, coming on to the NORDSCHLEIFE, but not quite coming down towards the Queddelbacher. Now it's going to be the next straight, but not too much room here. So Neuendorf in that very imposing Bentley, the country mansion, not able to make a move this time round. Of course, Queddelbacher goes into Flugplatz. Flugplatz is almost flat out corner, but of course he's got this traffic to deal with. GT4 traffic to deal with. Team Irish managed to get past the Porsche, but that Bentley does not. That gap is going to therefore go up a little bit, extend a little bit, give that Team Irish car a little bit of breathing room. Coming up the hill towards Flugplatz now, almost, car getting a little bit light, almost getting a little bit of air. Coming through Flugplatz, not close enough, and now that 99 car has to be careful with this aero push, especially coming up towards Schwedenkreuz.
Well, the Bentley saw his opportunity, knew that he wasn't going to get it done on the NORDSCHLEIFE and had to get it done down that GP section. It was a bit of an opportunistic move and it almost works for him, and now he's just going to have to sit behind a little bit. And if he is able to make a move on the NORDSCHLEIFE, that would be an incredible effort, I have to say.
Yeah, it'd be a very good effort to make that move eventually. Coming down the hill, down towards Foxglove, and then up towards the Arnage chicane. This right, left, right. Oh, that was very sideways from the Team Irish car. Was that just my eyes on that braking for the Arnage chicane? And look how close that number 99 car is. Directly under the rear wing as we're coming up now towards Motedis. This double left-hander. Then we've got Kallenhardt, the right-hander afterwards. This paid in full number 99 Bentley coming through Motedis. Not able to make a move. Kallenhardt is the right-hander at the top of this hill. Again, they're able to make a move here, and perhaps Versailles, but that's going to be a very, very difficult overtaking.
No, the Irish guy makes a mistake, perhaps around the outside, and I would say that this seems unnecessary at this stage in the race, but it really isn't. The Bentley has all the tactical advantage to gain by getting past this Irish car as soon as possible. He's much faster on his tyres, and the Irish car is buying himself time in the pit stops. Of course, all the time that he's stuck behind, forced to keep at the pace of the Iris ahead of him, then Neuendorf is losing the advantage that he gets from his tyres. So, in essence, the time that he should be pushing, he's stuck behind a slower car.
Yeah, again, stuck behind the slower car for now. Comes through X-Miller, and again, still managed to keep that position. Third is the right-hander come up here, and of course, it's a very important corner because it goes in the straight all the way down towards Metcalf and close to Tal. But very wide on entry there from Team Iris. Managed to miss the apex by almost a variation of time rather than distance, but managed to keep that first position for now. But that number 99 car is going to get all the slipstream coming out towards Kesselchen.
We're roughly on sequence for the Iris car at 20 past, or quarter to the hour even, 20 minutes since the hour in game. And, well, so the Iris will probably be pitting the next couple of laps, which is his tyres are going to be pretty dead around the outside. This could be the move on the Nordschleife. It's such a fast section of racetrack, and this is so difficult.
Yeah, certainly not around the motor curve. That's going to be very, very brave. They give it up towards the South Striker, who's right hand here. The next one up is the carousel. Now, if the 99 car can get out the inside, it's going to force the 7 round the less preferred outside line at the carousel. It's going to stick up the inside. Neuendorf decides not to this time round. They come up and go lap now to higher front and second, and really all the way down.
Dennis, you can start joining.
And, well, don't have Kodak
Microphone
says it's necessary
activated.
for the Bentley, but no sense for the Iris to defend. And I actually have to disagree with that. The Iris is
Microphone
only losing
muted.
time to the third place car, who is a couple of minutes down, if not 3 minutes down. The only person that right now that the Iris is in competition with is the Bentley. If he lets the Bentley through, the Bentley has got that tyre advantage and can perhaps pull the overcut on those newer set of tyres. So actually, by defending, the Iris might be losing himself time, but compared to his main competition in this race, Loic Mounier is actually driving quite smartly because it's losing the Bentley all of that tyre advantage that they have.
Yeah, that tyre advantage is incredibly important, especially out there on the Nordschleife when you really can't overtake. Now, they've came through Brunchen, and now it's going to come to the left hand of the ice curve, and then eventually we'll get up towards Flansgarden 1, but again, there is traffic ahead. Is it TCR this time round? No, it's GT4, it's for the Porsches, coming down over Flansgarden. Oh, look at the air that Bentley got. I give it a nice 8.5 out of 10. Stuck the landing very well. Counter Sprunghogel, they've got to deal with this GT4 traffic, and there we go, Iris. Some in the GT4, that GT4 almost losing it ahead of the 2 GT3 leaders, and Iris can't get past that Porsche. Moves to the right hand side. This braking zone for the right hander. Does the GT4 stay around the outside? Indeed it does. So not much time lost there by Neuendorf in that 99 car. Down to Schwabenschwanz, and then the Kleine carousel again. You want to take the inside line here. You want to stay on that concrete, and a lot of time gained by that 99 car through the Kleine carousel. Galkov coming up next. Very important, you've got to choose the right acceleration point because that long doesn't get hit afterwards.
And Tomlinson in the chat makes a point that it's psychological play because the Iris is almost frustrating the Bentley into a mistake, and that's probably something I would agree with. And yes, whilst Neuendorf is clear on pace, Ibrahim in chat, as I said, the Iris car is basically just using up all of the tyres of the Bentley when the Bentley has a tyre advantage. The Iris is almost on sequence this lap or on the next lap, so they're not going to lose that much time by battling anyway. So they might as well just defend and make sure they can frustrate the Bentley into a mistake.
They're coming up towards the Tiergarten chicane again. Will the Team Iris car come in this time round? They might.
And I wouldn't be surprised. Let's keep an eye on it. No, he's not going to. It will be probably this time round, I'd suspect. And this is really good tactics. I know we said you shouldn't be looking at position, but this is a prime example of playing the long game.
GT4 lead.
This isn't that sort of
again
GT40
versus
still.
Cross Racing. Coming over the Flugplatz now. 0.3 of a second separating the two of them. Schwedenkreuz is good. The very, very treacherous corner ahead for that Bros Racing. 2.87. Porsche, the left-hander. Then we come up to the second left-handers. The third one is Schwedenkreuz. And then braking hard for Allenberg. No way past for that 287 car as it stands. It's Boss Racing going to make, as you believe, is Castillo Sims at the wheel of that 287. Not making movement to Allenberg though. Coming down to the way back though. Here goes the Bentley when the outside of Dunlop hairpin is good trying up and under. Here goes the inside of Dunlop hairpin. A little bit of contact perhaps. Here goes the Bentley going past. You can see the Team Irish car putting the rear end out there and throttle application. I think those tyres are dead in the set.
And I believe, if I'm keeping track correctly, those are triple stinted mediums, so they're very, very worn tyres. So what the Irish have essentially done, as we said, they're waiting for the happy hour when they can strap on a set of soft tyres, sticker soft tyres, go extra fast. So this isn't their conservation stints. They're really playing the long. This is their conservation stint rather. They're playing the long game.
you want so, right?
Yeah.
I don't know which line is.
There is the red flag on the right side. And there is a line.
Okay.
Microphone muted.
Good luck.
Microphone activated. Microphone
Good luck. There is a BMW without rear wing.
Yeah. It's position or not?
Going code 18, 10,
It's behind.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 8. Code 80 enforced.
It's into Arnage.
Oh fuck.
97 has lost his rear wing. Just like the last code 80, they are just out of Arnage. We're gonna keep this code 80 on until they are on the Duttinger Höhe. Same procedure as last time.
I could have a good lap. What was my first sector? Do you know? Nice.
0.1.
Shit.
But you can save fuel now.
But it will be not enough for 9 laps.
Yeah.
I'm saving the tires. That's maybe more important than the saving of fuel.
Yes.
Curious if other guys are braking on downhill section because the car speed is more than the 80.
Slow car coming to X-Mühlen now.
I think I'm going to go to rest a bit, maybe stay.
Take some energy.
You can write me on Discord if there is something. Good luck.
Thanks, let's see. Where is the BMW? Can you see it?
Wait a minute. Right after carousel. Yeah, or maybe in the carousel.
Oh shit. In second or first carousel?
He is in P10. BMW 97.
I will take a look.
Simonson.
Which number? Or what is his position? 10?
P10. 10.
Okay. He's so far from me.
Yeah.
Need I brake when my car is going faster than
Car
80?
99, you are supposed to be on 80 kph. Expect a penalty, but stay under 80 if you want to avoid a further penalty.
Yeah, he answered you.
Yeah.
Slow car has come to Brunchen now.
That was a 12:42.08.
Microphone muted.
Ahoj Víťo, ďakujem.
The slow car is approaching Golden Top. Prepare to go back to green shortly. Car 97, please remain on the right hand side with your speed limiter enabled. Right hand side speed limiter enabled until you're in the pits. We are going back to green in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag. car is in the pits. Track is clear. During a code 8, please remember to be in first gear so you don't speed. We have 4 cars already getting a penalty for speeding under code 18.
I need something bad, I think. I did something bad. Yeah? Don't know what happened exactly.
It's fine, but he doesn't have the reach on his car. First two cars, GT3 cars, got the 10 seconds to come with penalty.
All.
Because speeding at that code 18.
I'm waiting for penalty 2 then.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I was braking, but I crossed the limit. Adam, was that incident reported or not? Someone is saying something. Or not? Adam? Adam? Adam?
Hey.
Who is there? Something happened with server.
Yeah, red
Not.
flag.
Red flag?
It's a red flag, yeah. Because server issues on TeamSpeak and on rFactor 2.
So, what I need to do? Just escape or what? Lol. Ešte, že mi mám kto povedať teraz, že čo sa deje, ty kokos. Asi je červená vlajka, lebo nejaké problémy so serverom. Všetkých to nejak poodpájalo. No ale že by odpojilo mňa, to som nevidel. Takže neviem fakt, že čo mám robiť ďalej. čo teraz? Aj, bože. Sen.
Microphone activated.
Adam? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, what happened?
Red flag because TeamSpeak and rF2 server issues.
Yes. And what now?
We just have to wait for the announcement of the management. But I sent the red flag.
Oh shit.
Relations.
Connected.
I want him speak connected.
Yeah, I heard you twice.
Okay, so I leave the Discord.
Yeah. Just speak on TeamSpeak.
That's the funny situation.
I have a good
Microphone
news.
muted.
Because we were in the same lap as the leader.
Microphone activated.
And in the restart we won't have any gap to the leader.
Microphone muted.
Ty kokos, tieto serveríky. Ne, vôbec never ber. Však tam to padá jak na páse. Nie, ten server. Ale toto isté sa stalo inak pri Le Mans Virtual Series. Takže kto vie, čím to je, či to nie je tým, že tá trať je nejak náročná, alebo čo, lebo môj kompík má akože dosť, no.
Microphone activated.
Who will take the car behind me?
88. Ramos.
But I mean, when we will swapping drivers.
Janos.
Janos.
Yeah. But during the red flag we can swap drivers.
Yeah. I was almost in the end of my stint. I had, I don't know, maybe 2 laps remains or how many, I don't know. And then I need to drive another one, so I don't know when we will swap.
Microphone muted.
Ale som zvedavý fakt, že ako to budú riešiť teraz, lebo Tam boli také rozostupy, veď to nejaké 3 minúty, alebo koľko boli medzi nami. Takže... neviem. Pecky.
Oh, your incident with the red McLaren
Microphone activated.
is no further action
Nice.
because there was no contact.
It was a netcode
The
glitch.
steward said
What?
it was netcode.
Lol. How they found out that.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking I had some very little contact because I had damage that front right side of car.
Yeah.
And also we could use code 80 for our pit stop, but Janos did 2 laps less, so we can't use that advantage. But right now it doesn't matter, I think.
Yes, because of the red flag. Okay, you can join the server. It's online.
Oh shit. But the same thing happened on Le Mans Virtual Series.
Yeah, NORDSCHLEIFE.
Yeah,
I remember.
server goes down twice, I think. And then that was cancelled.
Okay, so the first 6 teams were in a lap of the leader. The 7th was a lap down.
And here is the another thing, because I don't know what will happen with grip.
Oh yes.
Oh, shit.
Microphone muted.
Hej, 3krát dokonca, pecka, no. Tak to vie, či to nebude nejaký podobný problém. Akože možno ten server to nedáva tak dlho, ten NORDSCHLEIFE, no. Predsa je to akože dosť náročná trať na komp. Môj procek je skoro na maximum, asi preto sa mi to tak aj seká, lebo FPS-ka mám dobré, len tá plynulosť hry tam není, no.
Microphone activated.
Adam? If Janosch want to drive, he can.
Why?
We can swap the car, if he want.
No, we can't.
No?
No.
Because we will start at 8.5.
Yeah, I know, but no driver steps allowed.
Ah, okay. Shit. I'm a little bit hungry.
Microphone muted.
Tak inak tiež si to myslím, Andrej, lebo jak som aj trénoval a bol som nejak dlhšie akože v tom practice, tak to sekanie sa proste zhoršovalo a zhoršovalo, až potom keď som to chcel vypnúť, tak tá hra celá spadla ako keby, no. Ja keby to, ja neviem, veľa údajov ukladalo do tej pamäte, alebo ja neviem. A potom to tá pamäť nezvládla a to padne. Ale tak vy ste ITčkári, takže možno to lepšie pochopíš ako ja.
Microphone activated.
And now we can make some setup changes. If someone wanted.
Yes, we can. Maybe we can adjust the setup to dry track more. Maybe
But how?
7.8 rear right height. What do you think?
I don't know. It will be very tricky on when car have a few liters on tank.
Yeah.
And also on the damaged tires.
Yes.
The rear is sliding in the end of the stint, so I think that 7.6 is a little bit critical, but on 7.8 it will be undrivable in the end of the stint. So
Okay.
okay, I will come back by 10 minutes maybe.
Okay.
Microphone muted.
all drivers, you are allowed to leave the pit lane to check if your controls are working fine. You are allowed to leave the pit lane. To talk you through the restart procedure again, we will be going to restart in a single group, GT3, GT4 and TCR right after each other. We're going single file restarts without the safety car. And the positions will be as they are, so the GT3s and GT4s that were in between TCR GT4 will start on that position. Restart in 7 minutes. Restart in 7 minutes. Grid has been set for the restart. Anyone leaving, rejoining now will start from the back of the grid. Five minutes until we go to the race session again. Make that 4 minutes actually, as we need a minute to get the grid countdown timer up.
Microphone activated.
So 4 minutes to go until the race starts again.
Microphone muted.
Že o 8:30 štart za 5 minút, alebo koľko to bude.
Okay.
Microphone activated.
Something new.
Nothing.
Microphone muted.
Four minutes until the restart.
Microphone activated.
And what will they do with the gaps?
The last finished lap. They will do the grid with the last finished lap, and they will give the laps back.
Because I'm asking, because we were losing around 2 and 3 minutes. P3, 3 minutes on P1, I think.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking if we will be waiting for them for making the gap back?
No, only laps will be back. The race will start in single file, in a single group. So, yes, that's all.
1 minute until we move to race session. 1 minute until we move to race session. If you're not in the pits yet, please escape to the pits now.
Minutes time, we'll be going live with part 2 of the race with Cosmo and Dom. So thank you all very much for watching this first part.
Moving to race session now. 60 seconds until you're supposed to be on the grid.
No, the setup and go on the grid.
Please remember, single file formation for the entire formation lap. Please do not exceed 120 kilometers per hour. All cars are in the same group. Weaving and braking is allowed to a certain degree to warm up your tires and brakes, but make sure you're not making it dangerous for the cars around you. Commence formation lap.
Microphone activated.
Need I do 8 laps?
I don't think. You can push it.
Because it's the same situation as in start.
Yes, I know.
Number 70, please pass. Please retake your position ahead of the 72 car. No, 72 is over.
And it's start procedure also on green flag, yeah?
145, be aware there are 2 cars that are going to overtake you during the formation lap.
Sorry.
Start will be on green flag. Double file.
Yes, single file.
Single.
And green flag, and you can't overtake for the start finish line.
Car 72, please park your car on the left-hand side of the track. You are lagging terribly. We're going to let you in after the restart has happened. So please escape out. Car number 72, and we will let you in once the restart has been underway. And just for clarity, all laps that are currently not on there are being re-added after the restart. So you will get your laps back. The only thing we can't add back is the gaps that were there within the same lap. message to all drivers, please be respectful of the gaps that were there before the red flag. So please do not race hard against any cars that were laps ahead or laps behind. Alright, we're almost ready for the start again. Please remember, single file formation, maximum of 120 kilometers per hour until the green flag. No overtaking until the start-finish line. Please close up the gaps now.
Good luck. Be careful.
Yeah, thank you.
Remember, keep it clean and good luck.
first?
Yes.
Bentley is massive. He's faster than me on straight. Oh.
All penalties that were given getting the race started will now be removed.
Electron Streets.
mixture the together. To have more top speed.
Yeah, but fuck it.
Yeah, I see.
I was a little bit not on the line.
Yeah.
And it's lights. I was nearly crashed.
hello, persze, stoppen nyújtan át.
Yeah, forward roll.
For speed and then backward. They still hello.
Jesus. Without damage. Again. Again, some problems with server. It's fucking laggy. Je to v cítině s tím serverem zas. Adam? understand anything because it's so laggy.
Log building finished.
Dobrodošli.
Microphone muted.
Asi jsme dojazdili.
Connection lost.
Good server.
Microphone activated.
Where are you talking? On Arnage? On Discord?
Connection lost. Connected.
Oh
User entered your
my
channel.
gosh.
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
Now it works. TeamSpeak.
It works.
The server was restarted or not?
Not yet.
That's the joke. But as I said, the same thing happened and in Le Mans Virtual Series. It crashed 3 times and the third was the last.
Ah, ja.
Microphone muted.
No, tak teraz asi tak budeme aj štartovať, že budem druhý, no len teraz budem terčom ja. Vidíme, no. Ale seká sa mi to aj tak, proste tá trať je tak náročná, že to mi to nejak nedáva komp. Asi by to chcelo upgrade procesoru, alebo neviem.
We can swap drivers.
Microphone activated.
Okay, so Janos will start.
I asked him.
Microphone muted.
No dobre, a zatiaľ kým je pauza, tak asi budem musieť prepnúť stream na druhý link, lebo už vysielam 9,5 hodín a 12 je limit, takže preto musí byť stream rozdelený na 3 časti. Takže posielam do chatu link na ten druhý stream, tento vypínam.